Alright guys, BLM here, back, another live stream. I'm an idiot. I just realized I didn't fucking set some things up, but whatever, we're here. Same shit. Technically a more normal stream tonight. But yeah, we'll do the Big Brother power ranking, we'll do the other thing, the player ranking. That's a thing that's going on. Which, yeah, the player ranking something at this point. It's a I don't know. Generally the player ranking is a bit of a mess at this point. To where I know a lot of the comments on the VODs, or a lot of there's like two, but still, it's like the comments on the VODs are like people being upset at the direction the player ranking's taking, which I get it. I do think at this point it's a bit tough. I don't know. I think that like because like the big dilemma for me is more so like how much credence do I put onto like navigation over
I've been wanting to beat.
thank you for a resub, Dark Saint. Yeah, I think Jason's gone. Yeah, how much credence I put into navigation to the end versus like win equity and control and that sort of thing, but again, we'll get to it later. Cheering for chaos. I mean, like I think I think Jason winning Blockbuster is obviously the best case scenario, and then if Lala stays over Mallory, that'll be fun. Lala's safest right now. I'll be honest, I don't fully know. I just know there's been a lot of talks, and I just haven't really bothered keeping up with it. I believe so, but it's still a bit of a mess. Oh, did I say Lala stay over Mallory? Yeah, I meant the opposite. For Mallory, stay over Lala. Taylor's keeping Lala, which is optimal when people are mad. Yeah, it's probably optimal for Taylor. I think the problem is that Lala is like kind of a bump on a log, but also like Mallory, like it's like Mallory is more likely to be able to do something for your side for someone like Taylor, but obviously she's much closer to Taylor or to Lala like personally. Yeah, it's like Lala's not like really that good of a number outside of just being a number. Or like if this was Survivor and this is different, but like on Big Brother, it's like you need like people that are actually going to be able to win competitions. So yeah, it's like I don't know if I think for Taylor it's a pretty tough decision actually. Jason and Drew go. We get a higher likelihood that woman wins BB20. Like I guess I don't know. Like, is it? I mean, just from the notion that two guys go, but like in general, it's like I would say like if Drew and Jason go, I would say like the front runner is probably Devins at that point. To be fair, it's probably Devins and D. Yash should go up in the power ranking. Yeah, probably, maybe. We'll see. Yeah, I do like Becca. I've always liked Becca. But obviously she's being a lot more like prevalent now because she's because Rick's on Big Brother. Because yeah, you didn't really see much of Becca on like when he was on Survivor. Maybe like once or twice, but like now if it just being like constant talk, because of the feeds and everything, just kind of all over the place. Yeah, the fact that Lala can get a single point is pretty insane. Or Rick's prospects when Diamond Power veto's over. I mean, like, I think as of right now, he's still probably one of the best positioned players in the house. Like, he's pretty much in the center of everything. Like, he has red corner, he has crossovers, obviously the tool shed, he has individual relationships with, like, he's the main person keeping Drew and Barrett on board. He obviously has the final two of D, he has the final three of Angela, he has a secret deal of Kamu. Yeah, like it's a spot where like if that alliance like runs the show, Like, I think Devins is very likely to go on the win at that point. Yeah, I had Ovi in BB21. If Mallory goes and Red Corner wins HOH, the game is over. I mean, I wouldn't say over, but it's also like it becomes much more of a spot where we're just waiting for the majority to implode. But even in two fair, like even if it implodes, they're probably just going to target Drew and Barrett at that spot, right? Want Jason to go for Angela's game. I don't know. Doesn't matter that much. I feel like Jason has bigger priorities at this point than Angela. Like, would Jason even target? Like, Jason's definitely not gonna like target Angela. I don't even know if he puts up Angela at this point. Like, he has what, Kamu to put up. He has Rick and D. Yeah, like Chuck's kind of dropping the ball. I mean, it's fucking Chuck, but like Chuck's just there. I was gonna put Queen. I was gonna say the stream title was gonna be Now I See a Beta and Submissive Queen Kamu, but I felt like maybe that's like I don't know, maybe that sounds like it's inappropriate to a degree. So I'm not doing that, but bringing Angela back as Soul Returning was a bad idea because Angela's such a terrible player. That's why it's a good idea. Like, you don't want the Soul Returning to be someone that's going to steamroll the entire season because that just makes it boring. You want it to be a bad player. That makes good TV. The other two are more Angela numbers. But do we need fucking Lala as an Angela number? I generally don't think Lala brings anything at this point. Like Lala can go. I'll be perfectly fine with that. Ryan Ballantyne would have came for me. What are we talking about? I have Ryan Ballantyne. Didn't Ryan Ballantyne watch my BB Can player ranking? That was a thing, right? That's kind of funny. Today was kind of a fuck day for me, generally. I had a headache for like most of the day. So I finally got rid of it like just a few hours ago. Will be more boring. Lala straight up quitting and canceling the eviction, or Lala telling the house to vote her out Carol style. Like, they're the same? Like, it's literally the same. Like, if they go through with it, then yeah, it's literally like. I mean, at least we don't have to fucking watch people go into the diary room for fucking 20 minutes. But then, like, they're probably still gonna waste time on the show with something else anyway. That is probably true. I got my headache from talking about Dance Below. But yeah, with the play ranking at this point, I get the qualms with how I'm currently structuring things. I think what I'm just going to do, I think we're just going to finish the player ranking as is, like on stream. Like, we're just going to continue using the criteria we're currently using, finish it as is, using the same criteria. And I think after that, I'll like modify it. Because this is also a thing I've been doing. This is what the thing I did today is I've decided, like I said I wasn't going to do it, but I decided just to fucking do it. I'm currently making essentially an entire like list of all the criteria for all the players and all the little nuances within them. I've only gotten through like not even the first 200 yet, but yeah, that's a thing I'm doing. So yeah, we'll see how that turns out. It's literally like a list of like how many tribals they survive, how many allies they had. Actually, where is it? Yeah, it's like this: how many tribals they go to, how many rounds they had safety for, How many times they voted in the majority, how many tribe formations they went to, how many votes they had, how many people they had voting with them, to clarify, and then how many allies they had at the time they left the game. And then these are kind of like just like minor other nuances. Yeah, it's a lot of random shit. When's the week 2 ranking coming out? On Saturday. When the blockbusters of bodybuilding comp and Lala wins, would Lala even actually win that? Like I know she is like I don't even know if she would even win that. Jason needs to lock in, and Mallory needs to socially lock in. Yeah, I think the pressing thing though is that like I would rather have Mallory stay than Jason at this point. Like I think my order of operation is I want Mallory to stay the most, then Jason, then Lala. Like Lala's like to me just like complete fodder, but I feel like between Mallory and Jason, like Mallory has more like long-term potential. Plus she's like I guess to be fair, they're both got kind of gung-ho about targeting the opposition, but still. I'm not including Eve vs. the World. Old people always want to quit. I mean, it's tough in there when you're like the only old person. I mean, obviously, I guess there's Angela also, but like still, it's a spot where like when you're like so different than every other player in the house, it's difficult. Don't see it for Mallory. I mean, I think it's more so just the fact that Mallory at least has a few allies. Like Jason pretty much has nobody at this point. Mallory at least has a few allies, and if she wins HOH, she wants to target like the D Devons, like Kamu, like those sort of people. Who wants Mallory out now? The D and I mean, like over like Jason's the number one target. If we're talking about like in the like Mallory Lala situation, like I know Red Corner plus like Devons and D still want him. Still want Mallory out. Oh, actually, not Haley though. Haley wants Lala out, right? I'd be okay with Jason going because he sucks at the game, pretty much. I mean, I think there was like a couple good things he's done, but yeah, it's like he's obviously overall not good. I think he did do good work with Drew this week, even though it's not gonna really matter. I do love Jason on the show though. They didn't make Jason the bad guy. I think like generally, I think the edit was like mostly balanced. Like I think it's a thing where they could have given Jason more of a like an empathetic edit, but they just didn't. And I think outside that, it's like it's pretty just normal. I've had Shin Megami Tensei 5 for a while. I just installed it recently because I watched the video on it and I want to play it at some point. Jason Bomb 20 player, possibly, yeah, definitely be down there. Because it's not like they gave Kamu a great edit either. Like we really have D like mocking Kamu for thinking that this is a good idea and everything. It's like I don't think it's a spot where like they like showed it that inaccurately, but they definitely did show Jason's flaws. In a spot where I think people were kind of hoping that they would just like go all in and try to make Jason this fan favorite when that's not really what they did. I don't think Mallory is the safest. From what I understand, I believe Lala's going home, but I'm not like 100%. Like there's people that want to keep Mallory, but I'm not sure if they all come together to actually save Mallory. Play the Vengeance route. I've heard that the thing about Shin Megami Tensei 5 is that the Vengeance content is very good. In what the original game was just kind of fine, but it was made a lot better with the new content. Maybe Jason can convince Taylor to vote at Lala. I'm generally, where are the votes at this point? Like, is that even enough? Like, is Yash gonna stay on board when like he's bonding with like Kamu and like he has like the I don't know. I just generally don't know where these votes are ultimately gonna land. Maybe Jason can convince Taylor to vote at Lala. I'm generally, where are the votes at this point? Like, is that even enough? Like, is Yash gonna stay on board when like he's bonding with like Kamu and like he has like the I don't know. I just generally don't know where these votes are ultimately gonna land. I know Yash is on board, like, right now, but, like, when push comes to shove, like coming tomorrow into the vote, it's like, with, like, him building above Kamu, him, like, having these ties to the other side of the house at this point, it's like, if they go to him and say, hey, we're keeping, Lala, like, is he really gonna, like, fight back against that? I don't know. A player survived the eviction block. Wait. What player survived the block on eviction night by luck the most? Probably Chemo, right? I'm not gonna play Shin Megami Tensei 5 soon. I just want to play it. Like, I'm still gonna finish Outer Wilds. I'll probably play Amphibian somewhat soon. What was the other thing? I was thinking about playing Trails in the Sky, actually. Wow. I have a couple other stuff. I was gonna play Plague Tale when that came out. But yeah. I'm thinking about just starting the player rank or the power ranking at this point, considering it's like, I don't know how much new there is to talk about from yesterday in particular, and also it's like, it'll allow us to get to the player ranking quicker. Or support returnees on BB29. Yeah, why not? I want to jump into Trails for sure. I by the end of the year, I'll own every game that is out for modern consoles. Like I have first chapter here. I have second chapter pre-ordered, just because it's like, why not? I might not keep that pre-order, but like I'll buy it eventually. Either way, I don't know. We'll see. Depends on if I play first chapter before second chapter comes out. But either way, and then like I literally own all the other ones. Either like actually have them already, or they're like ordered and they're like coming eventually. To where I believe the only Trails game that isn't available on modern consoles is Third. So that's the only one I don't have. But yeah, I have, what do I have right now? I have Beyond the Horizon, Beyond the Horizon, through Daybreak 2. And then I have Daybreak 1. There was like what? I have Cold Steel 1 and 2, and then I have 3 and 4 either way, whatever, fuck it. I have a whole fucking bunch of them pre-ordered or like ordered in some way where by the end of the year I'll have them. So I'm thinking about diving into them, especially considering I hear really fucking good things about chapter 1. But yeah. The whole challenge debacle. I mean, what is the debacle? Like, there's not much of a debacle. Like, from my understanding, it's just that they, like, didn't pay for rights for the song they used in the trailer, right? Like, from my understanding, like, it's a lot of nothing. What was this? Your mom's Facebook friend trying to figure out how Dee and Devins are on Survivor at the same time as Big Brother. I mean, I feel like this has been said already. But yeah. If Rick wins BB28, he should decline 60 because CBS offers to pay him more money. I feel like that's not the Rick Devens style, though. I feel like Rick Devens is just gonna say yes instantly. When Lala pulls celebrity with Keisha and asks the players to vote her out again, I would love to see it. Generally, I would love to see. Like, I would be like, obviously, ideally, it'd be like a big blindside or whatever. But like, I'll take that over anything. Like, I'll take that. Just her quitting. At this point, like, I'd rather see Mallory and Jason both stay. Yeah, let's see. I'm trying to open chat on my phone real quick. There. Okay. Imagine a cancel season because of that's not a fucking thing. Like, that would never even happen. Like, even if they all got sick, they would not cancel the season. What? Like, was that a... Okay, I guess that's... Yeah, but anyway, was that actually thing said? Um... The Kamu really called Jason Zesty, but that is a thing. Yeah, that was very weird. That was a bit strange. Where yeah, definitely problematic. But anyway, Yosh said that. What is this? Oh, Yosh, not Ash. Okay, I thought you were talking about like Ashley.
Well, actually, what even is oral sex? It's when you.
Dude. Yeah, like, yeah, is Yosh just, yeah, like Yosh is very much giving, like, incel vibes, right? Like, generally. Use that clip, I mean, possible. But yeah, yeah, I mean, to be fair, he is a big fan of DJ Khaled, right? Which, like, DJ Khaled's, like, big into anti going down on women, which is, like, yeah, whatever. I know this. What is this? Beats are boring, so here's Yasha's family. I saw this clip being posted. I didn't watch the clip.
Let's reveal our first
Generally,
categories
I don't care enough. But
family, you can choose from.
Wow. Cool. Yash was on something. Good for Yash. Yeah, and then what's the other one? It's a Rome tweet. Yash is the Jag Matt wishes he had. Probably. How focused I'll be watching. Okay, that's kind of funny. This is the real Rome, right? Because I know there was a fake Rome. Yeah, this is the real Rome. But yeah, that was kind of a funny clip of Kamu. Yeah, I think we'll just start the player ranking. I think we might as well just like get it done, or the power ranking. I mean, it is here. I don't even know if that much is like really changed. I guess we'll see. Doesn't feel like that much has like really happened. Like, it's like a lot of obviously campaigning of like, oh, are they gonna flip again? Like, are they gonna say Mallory or are they not? But like, it doesn't feel like a lot has like really changed that much structurally. But then again, I did have Kamu 3, so I guess maybe that is a sign that some things have changed. I don't know. So I don't know why I was surprised that Yash was an alternate in the cast reveal. I thought Yash came off fun in the cast reveal. Yash came off way more fucking fun than like Chuck. And like I don't know who else is it? Kamu. Again, at least Yash tried to be entertaining. Like, at least he tried to have a personality. Yash should be more hated than Kamu. Debatable. I mean, Yash, like, I don't know, is Yash homophobic? It's like, I feel like Yash, and also I feel like Yash is more of a joke than anything. Oh yeah, also Haley, yeah, that's that one. Yeah, he's a misogynist, but also it's like, I don't take him seriously. Or like, I feel like Kamu is someone you take seriously, and that's bad. Where like, Yash is just an idiot. There's like, yeah, he has some really bad opinions, but also he's a fucking idiot, so... Or like, Kamu is someone that's like, again, people have more like respect for, to where it's like, how many more streams for player rank can be played? Probably like a week, like so like 7. So like, we're doing on average about 30 players a stream. We have 210 left, or 217 left, but again, the end's pretty easy, so it'll probably be around there. Again, like as I mentioned before, the current intention of the player ranking is, I think we're just going to continue on with the current logic I'm using, even though I'm kind of annoyed by the current logic I'm using. but I think we'll just continue on with it until we're done, and then I'll revise it after. I think is the current plan. What's logic? It's a lot. Again, at this point, we're putting a lot more precedent on like naming the good without factoring as much of the bad. And like taking in the actuality, where like I think at this point it's become way too game centric of like the game that they played on the season. Where I like that's obvious. That's why fucking like Dan Spilo and Dan Foley have like climbed up to nearing the top 200. To where, yeah, I think there's going to be some adjustments. Mind you, I still stand by a lot of this, if I'm being honest. But I do think there probably needs to be some like minor tweaks towards like giving a bit more credit for like Dan Foley should be higher, yeah. But yeah, I think there should be more credit given for like optimal play and like that sort of stuff. I mean, the thing about, again, I still think the overall notion of holistic is a bit arbitrary when it comes to one-time players, because it's just guessing at that point. It's just like predicting how they would do. To where like I still like stand by the notion that it should be more so based on reality of like what we saw, but I think it should be more so based on the skills that were demonstrated from the games we saw, more so than just the results of what we saw. But yeah. Wolverine plus new Fire Emblem. Yeah, and also like next year now, it's what? Within like a week is like what was it? Fable, God of War Laufey, like the new Metro game. And I feel like there's another big title there. It's like there's so much shit is clumped together because of GTA 6 now. Get above, you see a player's social ability and strategic ability. I feel like it should be reachable to see their. I mean, yeah, but I'm like, again, like, dude, for Dan Foley was going for a Final 3 that he was going to potentially win, or at least, even if he doesn't win, he was going for his like best case scenario. So it's like, and like Dan Spilo still like had some pretty good strategic plays along the way. To where it's like, even in that light, it's like there's still like things to praise from these people that are like questionable if they should be this high. Which is, again, I think that's what makes it so difficult to really rank them. Because I think a lot of people just see Dan Foley like, oh, shit. He's like, again, people hate him, and again, like he is like problematic and whatnot, and again, he sucks. But like the reality is that like people on the island liked him. Like again, yeah, like Shireen didn't like him. Yeah, like Jen and them didn't like him, but like his alliance liked him. He was looked at as a big player out there. Mind you, some of that's just based on the notion that he had an extra vote, but like still. And again, he was going for a Final 3 that was his best case scenario. I mean, Michael Scubin is a better player than Ave Marie. I have no doubt about that, to be honest. Like that's not even like I think that's perfectly fine. But yeah, I think it's just it's tough to find that balance between like optimal play, how they navigate through the game, plus also win equity. Especially considering like so much of how people are able to navigate through the game is based around their perceived win equity. Because obviously people are given a lot more grace. Had they like if they don't have win equity or like perceived win equity. But either, whatever. Yeah, we'll fucking get to it later. But again, I think I'm gonna try to finish this list before we finish this list. Like, so this is just like me like writing out all the criteria for all the different players. And then, yeah, I think I'm going to try to factor in a bit more of, like, optimal play and that sort of thing. play emphasis on likability. Again, like I think the problem with that is that like, how do you determine likability? Because again, like most people say that Dan Foley's not likable, but like again, a lot of the cast did like him. Like people say Dan Spiel's not likable. Like almost the entire IOI cast defends Dan Spiel to this day. So like I don't know, it's like I think the same thing with like Will Sims. Again, people don't like people don't like Will Sims. A lot of the cast liked Will Sims. So it's like I think it's tough to really like gauge likability. Because like I think there are traits that you see from these people that you think, oh, they're not likable. Again, people like the fan base hates him, but like the reality is that players like in the game, people like them. And like it's stuff with like someone like a Heather, or like Heather's someone that like half the cast does like Heather, other half the cast kind of hates Heather. So it's like again, like I don't know. I think that's just like it feels like an arbitrary like criteria to just like talk about general likability. How did it change? It did change for sure. When Kamu brings Angela and loses to her in Jonathan fashion, I would love to see it. That'd be very funny. During likability is based off how the jury perceives them. Yeah. I mean, I think, but I think ultimately there's a difference between likability and respect, right? Because like ultimately, again, like people like Dan Spilo, but they weren't going to vote for Dan Spilo. Like they didn't necessarily respect Dan Spilo in a way that they would give him a jury vote, but they liked him. They want to be friends with him. But they didn't respect him. And I think like a similar-ish thing with like Teeny. And again, Will Sims and whatnot. Kim Sullivan Brown was likable, but a jury goat. Yeah. Like I think realistically, likability doesn't matter that much for this ranking. I think it's more so respect, and obviously likability can lead to respect. But just the general notion of like, hey, this person's likable is not really like enough. To me, it's just a base of how people can be able to get along with others, which can lead to strategic impact on the game. Like, I get it. Like, I agree, but like, I don't know how you gauge that. Is still like because like it's a prediction. Then like you're just assuming if it's not based on like what we actually have. And again, I think that's like someone like a Michael Yerger is like someone that like seems like a very good like social strategy player. Like he seems like a very capable player, but he fails at everything. So at that point, what Matt like how do you gauge that? Like he seems like a likable guy. He was someone that was respected by the jury, but ultimately he was like unsuccessful in almost everything he tried. So it's like, and like again, was he trying to play optimally? Yes, but also he fails at almost everything. So it's like. Again, I just think it's difficult to assess it. I still think it's better to gauge it on like what we actually saw. Which like, and again, I think it's an issue of like ultimately. I mean, like I think this is the thing. Like ultimately, is that it doesn't matter. Like again, the more and more I've done this, the more and more I've recognized that like ranking players doesn't fucking matter. It's so fucking arbitrary because like there's such a small sample size. Like we've literally seen most of these people just once, and a lot of them like their games get cut short. We're never going to see the long-term potential of like all these people. To where in that light, I think all we do have to go off of is what we did see. Towards like, is that the definitive ranking of them as a player, like holistically? No, but like I don't think you ever can have that. I think whenever you do that, you're essentially just like projecting how you feel about these people. You're essentially just saying, yeah, I think this person would do well, just because they seemed like they would do well. So again, I just think it's a spot where ultimately, it doesn't matter. But I still do want to make this list like as well as I can. But yeah, I think it's really it's a losing battle, to be honest. I think it's a spot where like no matter what, there's gonna be fallacies, and it's just a matter of which fallacy am I willing to have. But I do think, I think I am still gonna, we're still gonna finish the list using the current criteria we're using. But I think I will make some like tweaks afterwards of trying to add in like some potential. That is true. I should have Joe Hunter number 1. But yeah. And we I mean, like, obviously that's also a thing with Survivor too, is like how much of it is based around the edit and like how much we're shown, where we just simply don't have the reality for a lot of situations. Did Mother of Eve end up top 50? I forgot. I mean, we're not there yet, but like, I think she's lined up to be near it. She barely makes top 50 right now. But again, I don't know if that's sticking. We'll see. Like she's lined up to be probably like somewhere around 45. But again, we'll see. Yeah, that's the thing also. Obviously, there's no objective list in the grand scheme of things. It's obviously just all based on whatever people feel. And like, even like, again, me being someone that tries to like assess, like add logic to everything, it's like there's still going to be like one biases in play, and like even outside that, it's still a spot where even like how it's just like, especially with like these sort of situations, there's like so many nuances to things that's like you could really just argue it either way. Like there's so many different ways you can argue specific players. So yeah, again, it's an issue. Mother of Higher Than Joe, I think she is for right now. I wouldn't be shocked if that changes. We'll see. I don't know, I probably won't, but we'll see. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, also, if Survivor, it's a shorter game, so like Sri wouldn't have as much time to flip flop. So like that's also a factor on Survivor. Where like obviously on Big Brother we see like again they have an entire like week for one round of gameplay. In particular, like once the like nominations are settled and everything, they have what, like 4 days after that. Where on Survivor you have like what, like 4 or 5 hours after the immunity challenge determine who goes home. Again, it's just such a vastly different game. Ranking players, Drew this season feels like a better player than Angela, but reality says otherwise. Yeah. I mean, I think you could say that a lot of people for Angela, but yeah. Again, we haven't gotten to Genevieve yet, but she's likely going to be somewhere around 45-ish. For Rachel's run Survivor for her being top 10 player. Love to see it. Yeah. All right. I guess we'll start the actual power ranking, and thank God Genevieve Sucks is going to be in the bottom of that. Anyway. All right. Power ranking after the Wednesday episode of week 3 of Big Brother 28. Straight up. Mine's been on other things outside of Big Brother recently, but we're still going to do this for content for the main channel. Aubrey number 1. That is the case. I forgot. How did we start this last time? We started in the middle, right? Did we start with Kamu? I guess we're going to do that again, right? Yeah. And I guess like to give a general layout of like things, like I generally don't know where this vote's going. Like obviously Jason's probably going home if he doesn't win Blockbuster. Outside that, I think it could go either way with Mallory and Lala. I'm hoping Lala goes. I think that'll be the better outcome, but I ultimately am not fully confident which one actually does go at this point. But anyway. All right, Kamu. Kamu number 1. Kamu's the greatest player of all time. The Tea Party was such a necessary move to make, and it definitely gained him a lot of social capital. Yeah. Kamu, like, obviously I was very high on Kamu last week. I was feeling very good about Kamu. He seemed like the player that was playing the most optimally. We're at the point now where, yeah, what are you doing? I mean, I forgot last stream or like last power ranking. I think that was right after the Tea Party, right? So I think we already had the Tea Party, but like we didn't have like the ramifications of the Tea Party yet. And like, to be fair, it's like, I think from a grander perspective, Kamu's still in like a pretty good spot. Like, I still think he's someone that if he gets to the end, he's a likely winner. He is someone that still has a lot of inroads in the game. Like, he still has obviously Red Corner to a degree. He has Yash. He has Toolshed to a degree again. But yeah, he has like a connection with like Devons. He has that Threads Alliance, what the fuck that's called, the Taylor Alliance. He has like a lot of like things in the air. I think just lower win equity because of Tea Party. I don't know if that's going to affect his win equity, genuinely. I mean, I think people are, like, questioning why'd he do that and, like, if that was the right move to make and if that was, like, even a good look for him. But, like, I don't know if that's going to ruin his win equity, especially with this being, again, in, like, week 3. It's like, and also with, like, Jason probably being someone that's not going to make the jury anyway. Like, I really don't think the Tea Party, like, matters that much in the grand scheme of things. It just feels like a necessary move, and it gives me less faith in him as a player, in the fact that he actually went through with it, especially because like he thinks it was a success, right? Like he thinks that he made this like big like play that's like getting Jason out when it's like Jason was going home anyway. Like you didn't do anything. But yeah, like again, I think Kamu, my faith in him as a player is definitely lower. He's still in an okay position, but he definitely did make a bigger target of himself. And to be fair, not just from the Tea Party, but also just like his overall HOH reign, I think is one where like he is coming out of this being a bigger target than he was coming in. Like I do think it's way more likely at this point that a shot could be taken at Kamu. Like I think if Kamu's on the block by the end of like the end of Blockbuster and everything, I very much could see Kamu going home, where before it was a little bit more questionable. Like if it ends up like Kamu versus Haley on the block at this point, I think Kamu would go home. I think Kamu is the bigger threat. And I think people recognize that to where, again, I think Kamu definitely is in more danger. But I think he still has a lot of inroads, but I would expect him to go down by the end of it. Latrice, number 2. I think Latrice is, again, like obviously still in a lot of danger. Like she's on the block. She's the least likely to win the Blockbuster, to where, obviously, like who knows what the competition is going to be. I'm trying to remember what was the Blockbuster for like week 3 last season. I believe week 3 in 26 was the like tube challenge, the like air tunnel thing. So it's like, I don't know, it could be that, it could be like, so it could be like the rolling the ball one. I don't know, there's like a lot of spot the difference. Yeah, I would expect someone like Jason or Mallory to still beat her in that. Obviously that is fairly equitable. But yeah, the word comp, they have that too. I don't know. Like most blockbusters are fairly equitable. However, I still feel like Lala is just not good either way. To where I think it could be very close between Jason and Mallory, though I would be surprised to see Lala winning. So again, I think she's gonna end up on the block. If she's on the block against Jason, I think she stays. If she's on the block against Mallory, it's interesting. Oh yeah, the one where Captain, yeah, the one where Will saw 16 differences, yeah. When she wins Blockbuster, then I mean, to be fair, is that even that good of an outcome? At that point, it's like, okay, Jason's just going also. It doesn't really change anything. But yeah, so she's in danger. So yeah, I mean, she's just a clear number 2 of the people so far. She's on the block. She could go home this week. My gut would say that she's probably safe. Like realistically, like I just find it tough to see all these like random numbers really coming together to save Mallory by the end. But to be fair, I thought the same thing when Cedric went home. So like it's definitely not impossible. But again, like she is still in danger. She's still on the block. So, and I don't know what her long-term prospects are at this point. I think she's just not a particularly active player. She does have like good, like she has like a couple good relationships with like Taylor and like Angela, but like I just don't have any faith in her as a player at this point. I don't think there's any gusto there. She's there. Yeah, it's fair with Riley too. Yeah. So again, it's possible that all the votes could just like come together. But I just have no faith in Latrice. Lyric. Lyric number 1? I think Lyric number 1. Like Lyric, I think the problem is that Lyric could still be like a pawn, and like who knows with how things turns out, maybe she could just go home by accident. But like generally, again, she's less like who's targeting Lyric at this point. Kamu's definitely being targeted way more than Lyric. And again, Lyric's a pretty competent player. I mean, like Lyric's someone that like I don't think she's done much like wrong this season. Like, I mean, she did kind of spend the first week like not super involved in the game, and I think that's like kind of harmed her. But like ever since then, like I feel like she's been doing decent enough work. She's still on the bottom. That's kind of an issue. But yeah, I think generally she is a pretty solid player. I think she has a lot of potential. I still stand by what I said back in like week 1, where I could see Lyric being like the last person standing of her alliance, even if her alliance does get picked off. To where, yeah, I think Lyric again is pretty safe, a competent player. Like I would have faith in Lyric to like if she wins power to make an optimal play. And again, watch that backfire. But again, I think Lyric's pretty good. Or pretty good, all things considered, I guess. And again, with Kamu making himself a bigger target, and like Lyric now obviously being safe, and again, just no one really talking about targeting her. Yeah, give her number 1 of the people so far. Is Natalie Negrati? I think she's more active than Natalie Negrati, though I think that is like an okay comparison of like how Natalie was at this point in BB18, where she had like the connection with James, and she was definitely like the best positioned of the what were they called? Were they the Powerpuff Girls? I don't think that's what they were called, is it? Whatever they were. The Bridget, Bronte, Spy Girls. That's what they're called, right? Yeah, okay, yeah. Spy Girls. Yeah, she was like the best position of them and definitely had the more like long-term prospects. So yeah, I think that's kind of a similar thing here with Lyric, even though I think Lyric's again has done better things individually than Natalie probably has. Mallory. Oof. I think I'm gonna go 3. And it's a spot where generally Latrice is in more danger than Mallory. Or if Mallory's in more danger than Latrice. I think Mallory's on that. I would expect to go home over Latrice. I even though it's possible, I would still say it's like difficult to really see all the pieces coming together. But if Mallory does stay, which is still again more likely, I mean, again, as long as Jason doesn't win Blockbuster, Mallory is staying for sure in those situations, and even in a spot where she's on the block again, at least there's a chance she stays there. So again, like it's not like she's not dead to rights. But again, in comparison to Lala, I just think she has more long-term prospects. I do think Mallory's going to struggle to like actually win this game. Like I think she, generally, I can kind of see this like Bridget potential in Mallory, and like maybe Bridget post Frank eviction. Where again, I think there is this like gusto in Mallory. I think the problem is she doesn't really have much like she has like good individual relationships here and there with like Lyric and Melody. She has like Barrett. But like I don't know if that's really going to carry her like long term. Like I don't know if she's really going to have the like prospects by the time like the final like 7 or 8 or something. And she is a pretty big target also. Yeah, it's like the opposition does look at her as like one of the more competent players. She's obviously openly targeting the vets, and that's kind of an issue for her as well. So the vets are very incentivized to get rid of her. She also is the pipe queen, so she's good at putting pipes together. So yeah, like she is a pretty big, like she's perceived as a pretty big threat, and I don't know if she's actually that big of a threat. To where I would not have faith in Mallory to be able to comp out to the end, but I think she could do something in the game, which is more than I could say about Latrice, right? I think Latrice is just like kind of a dead man walking at this point. Like I think she's kind of fodder, where like I think Mallory can at least do something, and who knows, maybe somehow she gets her way to the end. So I'm willing to have Mallory above Latrice, even though they're obviously both in pretty bad positions. Melody. Pipe Queen makes Mallory, yeah. I guess that's why Yash, yeah, is that why Yash wants to keep her around? At least he wants to learn what oral sex is. All right, anyway, Melody, I think I go 3. I think I go 3 for Melody. I think is what my instinct is. I think the problem for Melody is I don't really... Like, one, I don't have faith in her as a player, if I'm being honest. I love how active she is, even though she hasn't been, like, super active this week. But still, I love how, like, active of a player she is, but she's also just not good. Like, she's someone that just, like, rats out her allies, like, left and right. Like her entire notion that she wanted to target Jason this week is also really stupid. To where, again, I just think Melody is someone that I love how active she is. I don't really have faith in her strategically. And I think she's just such an easy pawn for most people. Again, like in comparison to Kamu, like, yeah, Kamu's more likely to be targeted, but I think Kamu's also more likely to be able to, like, kind of steamroll and comp his way to the end and win a jury vote. Where, like, Melody's someone that, like, even if she gets there, I feel like as of right now, she's kind of a goat. I also don't feel like she has those long-term prospects. It's like, even her relationship with Drew, like, obviously that's, like, very out in the open. It's a spot where Drew is, like, probably on his way out in the next few weeks, potentially. If not, like, I could see Melody going out because of her relationship with Drew. I just don't really have faith in Melody. So yeah, I think 3 feels appropriate to me. I think Kamu's someone I think is more likely to win, even though I think he's also probably like more likely to be targeted. Let's see. Rick Devens. No, he's getting a great edit. Kind of. I mean, they're like, yeah, I mean, they really show her. I don't even know if it's that great of an edit. It's just that she's in the edit. But I can't see the Leah Peters potential there. And also, yeah, the America. I mean, too, for Melody's way more active than Leah was. But anyway. Rick Devens. Yeah, I mean, Rick's, like, I think it's pretty much the same as last time. Rick's still in probably the best position in the game, especially with the Diamond Power Veto the last 6 weeks. Like, that's a pretty insane power. Even outside that, he's still very well positioned. Like, he obviously has Red Corner, he has Tool Shed, he has crossovers, he has the trio with Dee and Angela, he has the trio of Drew and Barrett, he has a deal with Kamu. He just has, like, so many inroads on that side, especially if they continue to steamroll. I do think the notion of, like, I mean, like, again, at the end of the day, the tool shed's not really real anymore. Oh yeah, he has the Taylor thing too. I'm trying to think of who else does he have. He has a connection to Yash, even though it's not like, I feel like Yash is close to other people, but they at least have something. But yeah, I still think with Devens, he just has so many inroads on that side, to where as long as that side's in power, I think he's going to be in a really good position, and again, his Diamond Power veto allows that alliance to remain in power a bit more. Like, I would be very surprised if Devins doesn't just naturally make it to jury at this point. I think endgame is still a worry for Devins. I think it's a spot where it's going to be tough for him to like actually get to tail end, but again, this is Big Brother. This isn't Survivor. Like, there's going to be 2 opportunities a week for him to save himself. He seems to be good at these sort of competitions. And again, like, I think from a social strategy perspective, he's in probably one of the best spots he's ever been in his reality TV career. Along the fact that, again, I think he's playing for the most part optimally this week. I think he at least has his head on straight, especially like him trying to like recognizing that Drew's a bit of a threat, but not like feeling the need to pull the trigger just yet, but recognize the fact that, yeah, we're probably gonna have to turn on him eventually. Like, he has too much inroads. It seems like he was pretty successful in getting Kamu to distrust Drew. That's pretty good from him too. And yeah, he has D as like seemingly just a locked ally. It would be interesting to see who would win between D and Devins, because I'm not like 100%. And I think I would lean Devins. I know that supposedly there has been talk about the notion of would we vote for an icon at the end, and it seems like they're willing to. So like, even if Devins ends up like accidentally getting to the end with like I don't even know, like a Barrett or something, especially like, and with Devins obviously playing a much more out there game, I feel like Devins would still likely win in most situations. I believe the talk was that it was like, if there's a returnee and a newbie at the end, and a newbie and they played the same game, we vote for the newbie, though otherwise we probably just vote for the vet. Like, again, they're still gonna like vote based on game, and obviously, again, like, people can perceive game differently. Like, again, yeah, if you ask like the BB14 jury, like, they would say that Ian played a better game than Dan. So it's like, at the end of the day, it's like, obviously they can rationalize it whatever way they want, though it doesn't feel like this is a cast that is anti-returnee. So where I still feel like Devins possibly has like the highest win equity of this entire cast. Maybe. He's at least up there. And again, I think there's a lot of potential for him to get there at this point. Even though it probably is still going to be a rocky road at the very, very end. But yeah, again, I think he's easily number 1, and I would expect him to be number 1 by the end. I guess we'll see. Then we move on to Taylor. I think Taylor is in a better position than what I was feeling last power ranking. Taylor's someone that, so, okay, this was my notion around Taylor from last power ranking, is that Taylor was starting to game a bit more. She was obviously making this deal with the, like, that Tether alliance, her plan from the preseason. And with like Devin starting to talk about, hey, we need to target the threats on the other side, the people that are gaming. And like, I feel like Taylor, again, with her gaming more, it was like, okay, I think they could eventually land on, we should target Taylor. But that hasn't really happened. Like, it doesn't really feel like there's much talk about like Taylor like as like a potential target at this point. There was like earlier in the week, I know Angela obviously was talking about targeting Taylor, but like, yeah, it doesn't really feel like that's as much of a notion right now. So I feel like that's good for Taylor. Also, it feels like Kamu is actually kind of into this alliance. It feels like that, even though the alliance isn't, like, I still don't think it's really real. I feel like some people are kind of bought into it a bit more than I was expecting, where I thought it would just be a joke, but it doesn't seem like it's taken as a joke. So yeah, I think Taylor's actually back in a like kind of decent spot. Like, yeah, it's still possible she ends up being nominated as a pawn and could go out by accident, but I think I'm going 3 over Kamu. I think is what I'm currently feeling. I think she's in the lyric sort of mold of players that are competent players. Like, they have like at least something going for them. They're at least like trying to play a solid game. They're not really being caught in doing so. Like, they're not really being targeted because of that. I would say that I do think Taylor is being targeted a little bit more than Lyric, for whatever that's worth. Who I think Taylor should vote out between Lala and Mallory. Genuinely, I would lean towards voting out Lala. And straight, that could be my own personal bias playing into it. Obviously, I want Lala to go. But I do think for Taylor, like, it really just is a brutal decision because, like, Lala is obviously a better ally for her, but is also just a dud. Like, she's just not doing anything. And I just have no faith in Lala to be able to win competitions. Where Mallory is someone that's a bit more able to win competitions. She obviously doesn't have as close of a bond to Taylor. And I guess that's fair too. Yeah, voting out Lala is probably not a great look for Taylor. Like, her dropping someone that is perceived to be, like, a pretty close ally of her. Like, that isn't great. But I would look at Mallory as a much more valuable number than Lala. But, like, if she did keep Lala, I also don't think that's bad either. I generally think it's a spot where, like, I personally would probably lean keeping Mallory, just because I think Mallory is someone that could help me a bit more in the game, but I also feel like keeping Lala is not bad either. Like, it's also, like, a pretty decent option. Really, I think it's, like, it depends on what the fallout would be. I think it's probably a bigger notion of, like, if she votes out Lala, like, would there be more people pissed at her, or what? Like, I think that probably is more of a determining factor. Similar to the Amy vote for Rachel. Try to be sympathy vote. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't know how that. Like, are we saying, like, her, because, like, with Rachel and Amy, Rachel didn't end up voting to keep Amy, right? By the end. If Taylor's the vote that caused the tie, they'll fucking pledge their allegiance to her. Sure. But yeah, anyway, I think Taylor, as of right now, I think is in a better spot than I was expecting her to be in at the beginning of the week. And generally, again, the fallout from this vote could definitely, actually, then again, like, Taylor literally voted to save Rome. And, like, that was not even based on game, right? Like, that was based on, like, that was, like, a pity vote. So, like, I generally don't know how Taylor's going to vote. Like, I think she's literally, like, I would not be shocked if Taylor just makes her decision up at the last second. But then again, I feel like that's more inclined to make me think she's going to, like, stay with whatever. Maybe the opposite, actually. I feel like it actually makes me feel the opposite. I think it's actually not that she'll make her decision at the last second. I think she probably already made her decision a while ago and is going to stick with it. It's just a matter of, like, which is her actual decision. Because it doesn't seem like she's someone that's worried about going against the house. Like, obviously she's not going to tell people, like, with the Rome situation, she didn't tell people she was that vote, but she's not, like, she's still willing to do it. So it's like, yeah, I don't know. Again, maybe that does actually make me feel a bit more confident that she would vote out Lala, but I don't know. I don't believe they figured out it was her. I haven't heard any talk about it, at least. Actually, who do they think it is, actually? Because I know they don't think it's Lyric, but who do, actually, like, I know there was Drew and Barrett talk, right? That they thought one of Drew or Barrett did it at a point. Did that stick, or what? I generally don't know what they're currently feeling right now. Taylor has some Vince in her. Just promise everyone her vote. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's the thing. It's like, they just don't care. Oh, did Melody say today they thought it was her? Yeah, I think that's probably just the case that, yeah, it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. Anyway, Yash. Okay. So, genuinely, position-wise, Yash is number 2. If we're going just solely on position in the game, in terms of, like longevity and that sort of thing, I think Yash is number 2. I think Yash is pretty safe at this point. I just, again, just no one takes him seriously. He's not really a threat to anybody. He's actually been making some pretty good relationships. again, like he's in a good spot. Can he win? I still have no faith in him. But it's not impossible. Again, like Josh Martinez probably had like the same sort of reputation at this point in the game, right? That turned around. Like it's not impossible for Yash. And yeah, Kamu trusts Yash more than Chuck. That's pretty big. Like obviously Yash got in with like Drew and Barrett and with Devins. Like even the notion of like, oh, he can only work with the women. I feel like that's kind of died down a bit too. Was Josh a giant joke in the house? I don't know if joke is the right term, but definitely people didn't take him seriously. I think people just thought he was an idiot. He was just like a loudmouth idiot. I don't think it was as like meme worthy as it is of Yash, but yeah, like people didn't take Josh seriously though. But yeah, I'm debating between, do I actually stick with the 2 or do I go with like a 4? I think those are probably the 2 options for me. Again, like safety wise, actually, no, I'm going to go with the 4. I think I'm going to go with the 4. Yeah, he is safe, but I do generally have more faith in Taylor and Lyric, and they also are fairly safe. Again, like Yash probably has more going for him in the game right now. Like he does have like more relationships that seem to be trying to keep him safe. And he could turn it around, but I do just have more faith in Lyric and Taylor. Actually maybe that is fine actually to switch Taylor and Yash. Yeah, I think I am going to switch Taylor and Yash. I think Taylor is someone that's a little bit more likely to have the target, like to like be accidentally targeted than Yash at this point. Because I could definitely still see Taylor being nominated as a pawn. It could still land on her. Yash is someone that like even if he is on the block, I don't even know if Yash goes home. Just because, like, again, no one takes him seriously. Or, like, at least, like, some people take Taylor seriously. Some people are talking about, like, Taylor's a threat. Oh, yeah, I did hear about that, yeah. Which isn't great. Taylor and Yash have been swapping every... Yeah, pretty much. I mean, except for this one. But, yeah, pretty much every other week. They've been flip-flopping, but yeah. I think I will give it to Yash for now, I guess. Yash's target decreases because he's an incel gooner? Kind of, yeah. True. Facts. Angela! Wow, I really don't know what to do with Angela. I guess, do I just settle on 2 for now? I don't know. Like Angela's in an interesting spot. Like she's fairly safe. She's in the majority group. She is someone that could be nominated, and if things go wrong, maybe she could like somehow accidentally go out. But like, and she's fairly safe. I think my faith in Angela as a player is still going down. Oh, I forgot about the fucking her telling Kamu about Drew and all that. That was sloppy. Yeah, just generally again, like my faith in Angela as a player is not high. Like I have no faith in Angela as a player, but like it hasn't backfired yet. And even if it does, I don't know if it falls on her. But again, I do think long-term potential is pretty bad. Like, basically, like she's someone that needs someone to take her to the end, and like who's gonna take her to the end that would also like lose to her. Like, it's tough to really see that. I mean, maybe like Haley at this point. Maybe that's like her opportunity, like getting Haley to take her to the end. But it's like I would assume she loses to like Dee and Devins. Maybe top 10 weeks, like eventually. See her going around jury. Yeah, like ultimately, I do see her going probably around the same that she did last time. Like I think she'll probably make it close to end game, but then just not quite make it to the end again. Yeah, I'll go with a 2, I think. Or 3. Actually, I think there's an argument Lyric's in a better spot. Yeah, maybe a 3. I probably do have more faith in Lyric at this point. Like I think Lyric's a more competent player. Lyric's also probably a tad less likely to be nominated. I don't know though. I don't know where Lyric necessarily stands at this point in terms of, like, obviously she's like shown herself to be able to win a competition, so that like adds less incentive to have people nominating her, but also like Mallory obviously won a competition, they're renominating her, so it's like I could still see Lyric being kind of a pawn. Yeah, Dean Devins, like they're obviously need spots to kind of run the game. They obviously would take Angela with them. I think I'm gonna land on this. I generally do have more faith in Lyric. Like I think it's more likely that Lyric pulls out the win than Angela at this point. I think Angela's more likely to be like a final 2 GOAT at this point than Lyric, but like I think Lyric's playing better, and I have more faith in her as a player. Then we got Barrett, and yeah, I don't know what I do with Barrett either. Like Barrett's like, he's not in. I mean, like really, I guess it's the same thing as last time. Where like he's not in a good spot, but he's also not in danger. Like he's not being targeted, but like his side of the power structure is like falling apart, and especially if Mallory goes home this week, like he's pretty fucked. I mean, yeah, I think like it comes down to the fact that I think he trusts Devins too much. Like it seems like he's put a bit too much faith in his relationship with Devins, to where like I think that's the main thing keeping him from like fully flipping at this point. I think good thing for him is that he's not the direct target. Like Drew would be more of the target than Barrett. But it does feel like his game's going a bit downhill. I think I'm going to have him at number 4. I think is where I'm going to land. I still think he's better than Yosh. Like, again, it's not like he's in immediate danger. And even though, again, Barrett can be frustrating in how he's not really doing enough, I would still have more faith in Barrett as a player than Yosh. Kind of looking back at the Lyric at number 2. Maybe that is a tad high. I don't know. I'll keep it. I don't really care that much, to be honest. Yeah, like I think Mallory, like if Mallory stays or not, that's obviously big for Barrett. Like if she goes, then he's in a really, really rough spot. Because at that point, he pretty much just has what Drew and like kind of Yosh. Then again, I could see him being okay. I just love how you see that in chat. Yeah, either way. Yeah, whatever. Chuck, whatever. What do you Chuck at this point? Chuck losing Kamu to Yash is pretty bad. Like, that's pretty awful. Again, Chuck's just such an NPC on this season that there's not really that much to say about him. Like, he's just there. But, like, again, when Yash is out playing Chuck, like, that's pretty fucking sad. The fact that Toolshed's plans to blindside him with the Mallory vote is terrible. Yeah, that's also not great. I mean, like, I think in general, like, I'm already kind of factoring in the fact that Barrett is in a pretty bad spot within the Toolshed. And, like, I expect the Toolshed to be done, like, fully done pretty soon. But again, it's still the fact that he's not being directly targeted seemingly anytime soon. I think it's enough to keep him that high, which, yeah, we'll get to Drew when we talk about that. Problem with Barrett is that he really hasn't even attempted to unify the other side as a backup. Yeah. I think in general, that's overall like, I think with Barrett, it's like he's just not doing enough. Like, he hasn't, like, he's built these, like, personal relationships. And even then, not even, like, a lot of them, but, like, he's built, like, some personal relationships, but then hasn't really, like, done anything with them. Like, he hasn't even, like, really locked in Mallory to any significant degree. So, yeah, it's, like, I think it's, like, Barrett's, like, just kind of a frustrating player because, like, he, like, has potential. Like, he is a super fan. He clearly knows the game, but he's just not doing anything with it. Anyway, yeah, I would lean Mallory, but I'm not 100% sure on who goes. But yeah, Chuck. I think Chuck below Kamu. Like, Kamu's a bigger target, but I think Chuck has way less long-term prospects. Like, Kamu just has so much more going for him in the game. Chuck is someone that, like, probably would be nominated alongside Haley and Kamu still, and, like, who's defending Chuck? Like, I don't know who's defending Chuck. Generally, is Chuck the most likely? No, actually, I think Kamu would probably still go. Because I think Kamu's probably a bigger threat. But generally, like, between Haley and Chuck, I think Chuck goes at this point. Like, I don't even think, like, I don't know, do people even take Haley that seriously anymore? And then, like, the fact that she at least has these connections, like Angela and Dee and them, it's like, like, yeah, at least Haley's, like, doing something. But yeah, like, Chuck losing Kamu to Yash, that's really bad. He just isn't really doing anything. I'm debating him and Melody. I think those are kind of the two. I think I'm gonna lean above Melody. Like, I think ultimately he's still in an alliance that has a lot of power right now. Like, is he in a good spot in that alliance? No. But he at least has an alliance where Melody is just kind of there. And yeah, I don't think Chuck is a particularly likely winner. I think if he wins, it'll probably be based around, like, other people just being hated more than he is. But even then, it's not like people like particularly like him. But yeah, again, he just isn't doing enough, and he's still someone that could end up on the block and could end up going home. So yeah, number 8. D, I think, is a very easy number 2. Yeah. Generally, there's an argument for number 1, but I'm gonna go number 2. D is someone that I actually think long term probably would have less problems getting to the end than Devins. But I also probably have, like, a tad less faith. Actually, this is something I don't feel like many people really talk about. But, like, with D, I actually don't have much faith in D's comp ability on this season, if I'm being honest. Like, obviously D's very athletic, and D will do very well at, like, endurance competitions in particular. D sucks at mental comps, if, like, based on what we've seen. Like, she was literally out in the first question of this quiz comp. She's someone that like her herself has thought about being terrible at puzzles. I actually don't have much faith in D comp wise. I feel like Devins is actually like a much bigger comp threat for Big Brother than D is. So we're like, while D is athletic, it's like I don't think D is someone that's going to be winning like BB Comics. Like I just don't like. She's not like a Jag type. That was a stacking comp more than a puzzle comp. Like the puzzle part of it was fucking easy. And like she had like 4 other people like telling her where to put the pieces and everything. Like that wasn't like a real puzzle. Like that was more so just like a keeping the stack together. Pressure cooker this year. I wouldn't be shocked if we get it. I would expect it actually. Like we haven't done it since BB25. They talked about all these like throwbacks and everything. It's like yeah, I could very much see it. Am I going to stream the pressure cooker this time around? We'll see. Well, if I can. Dude, imagine if it's pressure cooker tomorrow. They would tell us though if it was. It won't be. But yeah, that'd be pretty insane. Anyway, yeah, D is still in a very good spot. Again, she's buying a little bit into the Angela paranoia a bit more than I would like. But she's still in a very good spot. Still has a lot of like inroads within her side in particular. She has a connection to lyrics still. How much does she have outside that? I guess she has like the Latrice Taylor thing, but that's not really real. Yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like yeah, I don't know how much connection D has to people outside of her, like side of the house. And there definitely are people that would put her up, like but still Devin's having the power is obviously really big for her. And like even her side, like even if like Barrett were to win HOH and want to take a shot, like he's not taking a shot at like D, right? So, and like even that, like even like it wouldn't be shocking if like Barrett's able to sway like again, like if Mallory wins HOH, like obviously Mallory wants to target D, like it's not out of the realm possibility that they're able to sway her from targeting D into targeting red corner instead. So it's like, Kama told D about him trusting Yash over Chuck. Yeah, that's something. Yeah. This isn't really like I'm just kind of rambling at this point. It should be pretty obvious that D's number 2. Drew. Drew is one of the tougher ones here. I'm leaning at number 10. I think it's kind of where I'm going. 11. Oh yeah, but so below. I think the problem, like, so okay, in between him and Melody, I think like obviously Drew's in more danger for sure than Melody. Like Drew's definitely someone that would be potentially targeted. Yeah, he's in more danger for sure. I do think Drew has at least like a tad of potential to flip it around. Even though, again, it's not looking good. Like, I just have more faith in Drew as a player than Melody. Like, I don't really have much faith in Melody as a player. Drew is someone that, like, if he finally fucking clocks that he's on the outs, like, I would have more faith in Drew to be able to try to do something there. But, yeah, again, it's not looking good. I think Drew is... yeah, he's like so clearly on the bottom of his side at this point. He really does need to flip. He really should be like fully pushing to like make a big move this week. Keeping Mallory and Jason. Like obviously he wants to, but like he's not really like pushing enough. Well, let's just outright target Drew next week. I think Angela will. I don't think Devins will. And then D is kind of like a maybe. Like either way, I think they're like they probably would backdoor him. I feel like for Devins, it doesn't really make sense for them to target Drew. So I don't know if like if Devins wins, which like he probably shouldn't win power anyway. But if he does win, like I don't know, is he really going to target Drew in that spot? Like that just feels like a bit misguided. But Angela, I feel like for sure will like end up trying to backdoor Drew. That and yeah, to be fair, yeah, literally Devins did what Angela told him to last time. So who the fuck knows? Actually, what the fuck am I talking about? It's fucking Rick Devins. What am I talking about? I'm talking about not making a dumb move as HOH. Yeah, generally Rick probably shouldn't even win like anything for a bit. I don't think he really needs to, especially considering like his alliance is winning a lot of power, and like worst comes to worst, he has the Diamond Power veto. So, but yeah, yeah, Drew's kind of frustrating just in the sense that he clearly is a player with a lot of potential, but like his own side just not really buying it, and they do look at him as a threat at this point. They do look at him as like one of the like best players, like outside, like from like the red corner like perspective. It's like Drew's like the best player outside of that group. To where like once he's gone, it's like how much adversity they're really gonna face. Which with that, I do think they're like probably underestimating someone like a Lyric, in that world, maybe even like a Taylor, but still, I do see the logic there that Drew is probably one of the only people, and for maybe Barrett too, but still, like yeah, Drew's like one of the only people that like feels like he has the power to form a resistance against them. So like I at least get the like the idea behind targeting him, and yeah, it could be immediate. It literally could happen next week. It's not other impossibility. Again, like it feels like Kamu's like turned against Drew. Like I don't know if Kamu would target Drew, but like it's a spot where like I think Kamu would let Drew go, by this point as well. And yeah, again, it just feels like Drew's game's kind of sunk and he doesn't realize it yet. So, either way, yeah. It's a shame, but I do think 10 feels appropriate here. Then we're going to Haley. So, like, gut instinct is that Haley is with Chuck. And, like, maybe go 10, like, below Chuck, just because she's more, like, actively hated. But generally, again, I think it's a spot where I could see them saving Haley over Chuck at this point. Like, I feel like Chuck is more of, like, an unknown quantity where, like, everyone kind of knows where Haley's at in the game. I will say Haley is someone that does seem to just be kind of shit in challenges, to where that's a big thing for Haley. Which actually, like, lessens my opinion of Haley. Like, I was coming in this season thinking Haley might be this, like, comp beast, but she seems to kind of suck. So that's something. Yeah, she at least has Angela. Like, that's a pretty good number for her. And generally, I think that's probably Angela's, like, best connection also, generally. Again, like, I think if Angela's able to get Haley to take her to the end, that's probably, like, best case scenario for Angela. I mean, shuffleboard. But yeah, like, she sucks at, like, the actual Big Brother challenge. Like, like, the ones like, the veto tonight, and, what was the other one? That, like, the competition during the premiere. Like, she really sucked at that. Like, I feel like in terms of, like, competitions of substance, like, she kind of sucks. And yeah, I guess fair that Morgan sucked early on. Like, for all we know, maybe, like, she's able to turn it up towards the end. But yeah, again, I don't feel great about Haley's comp ability. I also don't feel great about her win equity. I don't feel like she's a particularly likely winner at the end, but again, things can change. Yeah, I mean, okay, maybe I am thinking, I don't know, like, is Melody really the worst of the non-nominees? Because that's kind of bothering me, if I'm being honest. You know what, actually? I think I am going to go... How do I do this, actually? So, okay, I actually do feel like Chuck and Haley should be lower, potentially. Because I think the problem... Because, like, obviously we're, like, giving them credit for being in the, like, Power Alliance, but the reality is that Power Alliance, like, isn't really that powerful if they don't win HOH next week. Like, if they don't win HOH next week, like when, like, Barrett and Drew are talking about, like, turning on the Alliance and nominating them, it's like Barrett in particular, it's like how powerful are they really? It's like, obviously, yeah, like D and Devins are more loyal to them than they are to the, like, crossovers at this point, but like I feel like a good chunk of the house would at least nominate them at this rate. Then again, I do think Melody is someone that's, like, fairly disposable. But at least she does have, like, the connection to Drew and, like, Kamu. Yeah, I think I am going to drop on Haley and Chuck. And then maybe have, like, okay, now this is just a complete shift. I think maybe, like, that is more appropriate. Because now that I think about it, I don't know if, like, I think Melody's pretty disposable, but I don't know who actually is nominating Melody. I guess, like, again, if they target Drew, I guess that's the downside, but in that spot they would be targeting Drew. But then again, I could see them, you know, actually, no, I'll still go Drew above Melody. Because I could see a world where they don't go through with the targeting of Drew, but they end up, like, targeting Melody to weaken Drew first. I could see that being a thing. And yeah, I do think a good chunk of the house is going to be targeting that red corner contingent. And yeah, the vets will definitely be throwing them under the bus if the other side wins power. Latrice's odds of going home took a big dip on Kalshi. Makes sense. Yeah, I would lean Mallory going home at this point over Latrice. But yeah, let's end it with Jason. Same thing. Yeah, Jason's going home if he doesn't win Blockbuster. Which I think is a shame for me personally. I mean, not just in the fact that I picked him as my winner pick, but also the fact that I think Jason's great TV. Like, that was the best part of the entire episode was the Jason content we got. To where, yeah, I do worry about the entertainment of the show if Jason goes, but yeah, a lot of it is kind of earned, like, from a gameplay perspective. Like, he did play pretty bad. Is Jason the worst winner pick than Ovi? Probably. I mean, if Jason goes home here, I think he's worse than Ovi. So, yeah. Does Jason even know he's going home? I think he does. It would be pretty insane if he doesn't realize how much danger he's in. I would be pretty surprised if he puts that much credence into the plans to save him. But yeah. So yeah, I guess that's the power ranking. So I guess what? Angela, Barrett are the same. Chuck moved down. Drew's going down still. Haley's going down. Kamu went down. Lyric went up a lot, I guess. Oh. He's not. Would he throw? Why would he throw Blockbuster? Like, I don't know why he would even throw Blockbuster. He's like, even if he does think that the plan is there to save him, I don't know why he would think that it wouldn't also be there to save Mallory. Anyway, Melody went down a bit, and then Taylor and Yash went up. Dude, fucking Yash is at number 6. That's disgusting. But, yep, that's where we're at. Yeah, it's power ranking. Like generally, like Jason, like yeah, Jason is like a fairly aware player. Like he's very sloppy, but again, Jason recognizes the fact that like hey, there's that 8-person group that's against us and everything. Hey, I don't love the fact that like Jason like during the Tea Party like proceed to like openly call out the house dynamics. I don't think that was great, but like he's very aware of what the dynamics of the house are. So like I don't think Jason's like the worst. Like he's not the worst player wise. Like he definitely has like upsides like from a like I don't know if it's necessarily a strategic game perspective, but like he has like good reads on where the layout of the house is. It's just that he's not good at recognizing what he should do or like how he should approach that. But yeah. She wants to be the star of the show. Yeah. Like Kelly. We're talking about which Kelly? Like Jorgensen? Was that how Kelly was? Yeah, I don't even remember if that was what Kelly Jorgensen. Like, I don't know, did she have that good of a read? I guess she like. I think like after like week 3 or 4, right? Because like initially she was kind of bad, but then like once like she fully recognized, okay, Vince just kind of sucks. I think that's when her reads started to get pretty decent. Yeah, it's like I feel like the beginning was bad, but then it got okay by the end. Yeah. And we'll close that. And then we'll get back to working on this in a bit. Yeah. I don't even know how I'm really going to handle this at this point, the player ranking. Because it is just kind of a mess. I mean, yeah, it is pretty confirmed that Kamu is homophobic. Whether you want to believe it or not, that it is the case. Okay, we already talked about this. Yeah, it's an insane clip. What is this? Why'd you post this?
I think it's pretty much where we thought she did, but we didn't know him talking.
Influential.
Oh, no, Scally!
Nope.
Yeah, whatever. I don't know why you like Kamu on the show, if I'm being honest. I think Kamu's just boring. Like, I think Kamu's an interesting player, but, like, I think he's a boring television, like, personality. I think he's getting U-turn next week on Amazing Race Canada. I'll be honest, don't care. I could not give a shit about the season of Amazing Race Canada. Yeah, it's a thing that's happening. I would assume it's probably the Tina and Liz. Is that what their name is? I dare say a homophobe is an interesting Big Brother player. I mean, I think he plays the game in a way that is interesting to a degree. I shouldn't say interesting. Interesting is not really the right term because it's boring, but like it's like decent gameplay for the most part. The problem is that he's a shit person. At least Kamu yeah, I mean, like Kamu trying to make good TV didn't even actually make good TV. That is something that is disappointing with the edit of it. They didn't edit how awkward it was. I mean, they did at the end, like the very, very end, but like they didn't like edit just like how awkward Kamu was when he gave his speech. Like they kind of like edited out all of his like awkward silences and everything. And like him, like he tried to like start the thing like 3 times or something, right? And that also didn't make the show, but whatever. Did they edit to make it look better? I don't think either of them came off well in the episode. Yeah, Kamu's like a competent player. But I don't like him for what he is outside the show. But as, again, a player of Big Brother, he's fine. Like, I think with the edit, I think it's a spot where they tried to be impartial, is my read on it. Like, I don't think they were trying to make Kamu look better. I just think they were trying to make it good TV. To like, I think in their minds, like just showing like the fight parts of it, like that's just better TV to them. Than like having like the awkwardness of like how Kamu was doing it. But again, they still had like D shitting on Kamu in the DR. It wasn't like it was like a glowing edit for Kamu. Yeah, and that too. It fucking lasted for forever. He's probably winning the season. Genuinely, I probably would bet money on it. Like, even though I have Rick number 1 in the power ranking, I think D is more likely to... Like, I think Rick is going to be targeted in the ending game stretch, and, like, even if, like, Rick does win a whole bunch of comps, like, those are going to be benefiting D. So, yeah. D is a very, very likely winner. I think D got a pretty good edit this episode, to where I would probably lean D as the one that's going to get the time capsule. Because, like, looking at the top contenders, like, I would say D, Kamu, Lyric, Drew are, like, the top 4. Drew was barely in the episode. Kamu, again, came off mixed. And then Lyric got a decent edit. I don't think Jason's winning, especially with the edit he got. Like, I don't think it was good. Like, I don't think it was good enough. Like, it's a spot where, like, I think casuals already, like, did not like Jason. I don't think this changed anything for Jason. Mallory, I don't think Mallory's up there just yet. Like, I could see Mallory winning, like, if she's still there, like, week 5, week 6 or something. I think right now, I'm not sure. Dean Devins told each other they'll nom Drew. Like, right away? Like, initially? That'd be kind of insane. I feel like I was watching the episodes. I'd be voting Mallory. Yeah, Mallory's fine. I just feel like she's probably, like, pick number, like, 6, 7. I don't think anyone needs to be harassed, but yeah, I think people like Mallory, but I'm not sure if she's getting like a big enough edit to be like the fan favorite or whatever. But I don't know. I mean, I think if you defend Kamu as a person, I do think that's problematic. Yeah, I think either way, it's like people don't like, you don't need to harass people. Generally, it's like I mean, obviously that should be like obvious, but like yeah, like obviously again, like Kamu's a shit person, but like you don't need to fucking like harass him on Twitter and that sort of thing. Like what good does that really do? Like doesn't really do anything. Like I think you're just best off just ignoring him. again, that also doesn't do anything. Like, going to Drew and Barrett and say, hey, you were lapdogs. Like, doesn't do anything. Like, who fucking cares? I don't know. I just generally think that, it just feels kind of pathetic, to be honest. To really be, like, that I don't know. Like, yeah. To be, like, that invested where, like, after the season, you're, like, trashing on people for the show. It's like, who cares? Like, it's a fucking reality show. Especially when, like, it's not even, like... Because at least with Kamu, it's, again, Kamu's at least a shit person. Like, at least there's that. Like, with Drew and Barrett, it's, like... I don't know, you're harassing them for, like... Because they didn't make a move in a game. Just want to forget about people I don't like after season? Yeah, pretty much. And yeah. I'll be harassed by my alpha Rome. Yeah. I'm sure a lot of people want to be the beta and submissive to Rome. Yeah, I think we'll probably start the player ranking at this point. Yeah, I don't believe there are new comments, but it's kind of just the general notion of the list is fucked. I think Yash just told Barrett that Devins Yash just told Barrett that Devins wants Drew to vote out Mallory. Okay, cool. Does that do anything? Like, so wait, okay, so if Yash told Barrett that Devins wants Drew to vote out Mallory, so Drew is forced to pick a side. So, yeah, like, I don't, like, yeah, I don't know how impactful that really is. Like, it's like, I think it's a spot where, like, is he trying to expose Devins with that? Or is he just, like, telling him, like, hey, Devins wants you to do this? Gosh, taking over Drew's spot in the game is fucking hilarious. Yeah, it actually is. By Devin's logic, Drew's picking the vet's side. By putting out Mallory. Yeah. Yeah, I get that. Like, I get that part of it. But I'm questioning, why is Yash doing this? Like, what is Yash's incentive with this? Like, is he trying to, like, get Barrett and Drew against Devins by doing that? Or is he just not doing that?
Come on, baby. Come on.
This is just cringe, right?
Fine, let's go, baby. Oh, she's good. Lock in, girl. You know what's... Okay. Come on, baby.
This is just cringe. Because it's like, he knew she wins the veto. Like,
She's locked. She's so locked.
like, what the fuck is this?
That's a lot of sevens, though. That's a lot of sevens. That's a lot of sevens.
He's like he's just like pretending he doesn't know she's winning the veto. Like, what is this?
Show it to me here.
Ladies, head back to your pickles while we
Oh my God. Come on.
I find that funny. The fact that, like, Angela says, "Come back to your pickles," and he says, "Come on."
Ladies, head back to your pickles while we
Oh my God.
Oh my God, that's what he said. Never mind. Well, anyway, like, his reaction to that is kind of.
Lyric sucked his dog. She sucked his dog. Come on, baby. Lyric sucked his dog. She sucked his dog.
There definitely is some potential here.
Come on, baby.
Congratulations, Lyric.
That's what I'm fucking talking about, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Team Lyric all the way. Team Lyric, baby. That's what I'm
Who's
talking about.
recording?
That's what I'm talking about, baby. That's what I'm talking about. All day, every day, it was bound to happen. Come on.
Dude, this is so
There,
cringe.
baby.
Wait, what does his shirt say?
Right fucking there, every day.
Who wears this? Dude, what the fuck? What the like, what?
To happen. Come on.
Dude, is like beta his favorite
Right
word?
there, baby. Right fucking there, every day.
Like,
Team winner, go.
yeah, I guess he's just playing into it, but that's insane. I even like own a shirt that says beta on it. Dude, actually, generally, I need to look this up. Beta T-shirt. I don't know what like it looked like it was like Sega. Like sort of like font. Yeah, how do I find this T-shirt? Let's see. If I go on Amazon, would there be a beta T-shirt there? That's where I got the Survivor T-shirt from. Let's see. Dude, that's kind of funny. All right, like just make sure nothing doxes me here. Okay, I think I'm good. Should I get this? There's a shirt that says beta on it. Beta boy. Dude, dude, this is an insane shirt. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, buy it to wear it in the video. That would be the point. Like, I'm not fucking wearing this outside of that. Like, that'll be the only. Dude, what is this? What is this? Like, why would you even wear this? Like, what would be the like conceptually? Like, why would you wear this? Like, I don't even understand what would be the reason you wear that. Let's see. Beta cuck. Pussy free. Dude, fuck me. Yeah, it's known that I live in Florida. But yeah. Dude, that's insane. Either way. Yeah, maybe I will buy one for. Am I even gonna record like a in-person thing? I don't know. Is Matt Williams an alpha for trying to make a move that he knew wasn't going to happen? Sure. Yeah. Do we just work on the player ranking at this point? Let's see. Yosh could end up being a Matt Klotz weird dude, but ends up being kind of a good to great player. I mean, I guess to be fair, at week 3. Yeah, I guess at week 3, he was like Matt Klotz was definitely a questionable player. Like questionable as in like not good, like not necessarily good yet. Like he lost Riley, he was kind of on the bottom. He was just starting to build a relationship with Suri. So I guess it could turn around, but I don't know. Why didn't people like Matt Klotz? He was misogynistic. Was a major reason. I mean, he was very like. I mean, I guess to be fair, he's very Yosh. Imagine Yosh a top 30 player. That'd just be depressing. And yeah, like to be fair to Matt Klotz, at least people liked him in the house. It's not really the case of Yosh, even though to be fair, I guess some people are like warming up to him. Yeah, Riley. Yeah, that was still insane. I mean, people like Yash, but I think in a different way than Matt, though. Like, I think with Matt, they just generally looked at him as like a nice guy. Where I feel like with Yash, it's kind of like he's like kind of a cocky, douchey guy, but like he's like our like cocky, douchey guy. There's like I feel like it's like a different type of like. Yeah, like Matt was like more of like a golden boy. Where yeah, Yash is kind of like yeah. Like more of a no, yeah, whatever. I don't even know if Matt had respect necessarily. Because like I think a lot of people kind of looked at him as like an idiot for a lot of the season. That's why he was able to get away with a lot of the stuff he was able to do. But kind of like an airhead kind of idiot, more so than like the Yash kind of idiot. Matt could be yeah, fair. Yeah, Matt. I mean, generally Matt wins against anybody but Jag, right? By the time of the final 5. I should probably even be on that. Like, he probably beats America. Probably beats Blue, but that's not like 100%. Oh, fuck me. Pfft. I'm trying to click the link. Okay. Okay. Need to look up the shirt. Let's do this. Open, please. Thank you. Or not. It's not going to open. Okay, I think it just froze my computer. So that's fantastic. Cool. Again, the beta submissive shirt ruined my computer. This generally just isn't working for some reason. What the fuck? Why is this not working? I'm trying to like copy the like do an image search on the shirt. It won't let me. Yeah, whatever. I'll do it later. Wait, was it submissive beta energy shirt? Let's see what we got here. It's not the same shirt. Wait, do I really want? Oh, fuck me. This is gonna be my fucking algorithm now, isn't it? What the fuck is this? Dude, what is this? Wait, okay. I really need to make sure I'm not doxing myself, but like still, what the fuck is this? What is this? Dude, what is this? Why are there so many of them? SMT 5 Vengeance has 2 campaigns, the original and the all new one. I have to play it twice? That's kind of annoying. But yeah. By the way, that was the t-shirt. It won't let me. Why won't it let me image search this? Yeah, whatever. I'll deal with it later. Wait, no, I'm dumb. I'm already on the right screen. But yeah, we'll go ahead and do the player ranking. So yeah, the follow up on last night. So I've seen a couple comments in the VOD, which are pretty negative on the direction the player ranking is taking. And I talked about earlier in stream, but like I do kind of agree with it. Like I think it's a spot where I still think overall with the player ranking, it is a spot where we should be taking reality more than like just assumptions about players and like potential. But like I do think it's probably taken a bit to the extreme at this point. I don't know. I do feel like it is weird that like how high some of the like goats are getting. And I do think that's a bit of an issue. However, I do think what I've decided on is I think we're just going to continue the player ranking with the logic we've been using. And then I think after I'm done, I'll make adjustments following that. I think is the current way I'm going to be doing this. So something I have been doing off stream is kind of cataloging a lot of the players' games. I've only gotten through like the first like not even 200. But like listing like what number of tribals they went to, how many rounds of safety they had, how many times they voted in the majority, how many people they had on their side by the time they get voted out, like all this like random shit. And yeah, I think it's like I'm kind of I think after we're done with this part of the list, I think I will do one final comb through of like double checking with like all these sort of stats and also trying to give a bit more credence to optimal play. I think that's probably the thing we're missing at this point. Is probably a little bit more credence on optimal play over longevity. I think is something like I think ultimately it is still a spot where I probably do stand by the fact that Dan, Spilo, and Foley are still going to be relatively high. But I do think also some of the players that are like lower here might move a little bit up. I mean, I think Wardog and Ron are like, I think I am going to move them down straight. I think at this point, I think because I'm going to readjust things later, I am going to move them down for now. But I feel like they're players that could be moved up again later down the road. And actually, to be fair, Ron is probably someone that's probably more likely to move up more from the other logic. But yeah, I think if we're just going all in on what the criteria is as is, actually, when Equity and Ron and Wardog have, I think a lot. They got into the end. The problem is that they were like a bit far away from it. But also, like, Edge of Extinction is just a long season, and it's like a very turbulent season where like no one's able to really maintain power for that long. With them probably being two of the players that did maintain power for the longest amount of time. Barrett calls Devin the worst liar on Earth. Sure. Submissive and breedable would be a good shirt to wear during live action set. That's what we've talked about. That's why I'm looking up the shirt. Is to buy it for the sake of wearing it in the video. Yeah, let's see. I mean, where would I even move them to? I think it's kind of the issue. I think Julie's better than Ron. I mean, did she recover that well? I mean, like, she recovered because she's a goat, and, like, everyone knew she was a goat. Like, it's not like she recovered because, like, she got into the social graces or whatever. It's like, it was just that, like, she's a goat and there's other non-goats around her. So it's like, that's how she recovered. It's like, why are we bothering to take out Julie when, like, Aurora's more likely to win a jury vote? Like, why are we going to bother taking out Julie when, like, Chris Underwood's more of a target, or Rick Devens? Like, it's just a spot where, like, Julie's just such a non-threat, and is rightfully a non-threat because she can't actually win the game. That's how she recovers. Which, again, I think it's like that sort of stuff is probably something that's going to put a bit more precedent in the reanalysis, I guess. I think using the reality criteria placement puts too much emphasis on placements. I agree. Like, I think it does. I mean, Abby, I think, is already, like, fairly low as is. Like, where's Abby? It's like around here. I don't know. Like, if we're following this criteria, I guess it's like what? They, like, War Dog and Ron are, like, here, probably. Where, like, Gabe is here. Where they're kind of a better Gabe. Actually, I do think they're just outright a better Gabe, to be honest. But still, like, you can argue these players were closer to the win. Is War Dog similar to Shan? I think there are similarities. Yeah, there's similarities. Yeah. Again, I think it's at this point where I think we should just finish the list following the criteria we've already done, and, like, hopefully we can do that in a quicker way then, especially considering this isn't the final draft at this point then, I guess. And then we'll do, like, a final comb through where we're hopefully not going to go through literally every person. And generally, I feel like the bottom of the list is mostly fine still. I think the main complaint really comes from, like, when we start getting into the players that made it, like, to the merge phase. Especially, like, when we, like, compare to players that are, like, big threats and didn't have much of a path to the end in comparison to the players that, like, were goats but did make it to the end. Yeah, I think War Dog's Edge of Extinction game is very impressive. I think ultimately I would lean towards moving War Dog and Ron up ultimately, but I think for now we'll leave him here and we'll deal with that later. I think we'll do that and this. So let's see. I mean, I think the problem of optimal play is that actually doesn't really change for like a Dan Foley. Because like technically Dan Foley was playing optimally. Like technically Will Sims was playing like optimally. Like they were trying to get to their best case final scenarios. So I think there probably should be like I don't know. I don't know what the adjustment necessarily is. I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, we get to this. Which... Yeah, so we have Ken, Caleb, Julia Sokolowski, Sammy, and Sophie Segretti. Which is... What was the notion behind this tier? It was like very active players. Not... Like... I don't know. It's like... this really is kind of a tier of like kind of more potential-based players. Where like I do any of them have like a genuine path to the end? I guess too for like Caleb kind of does, but he did fail at getting that. And like Kenny does, but also he messes it up. Again, we'll continue with the voting record thing. So we got Kenny was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Tribals he survives. I won't include that, right? Like, technically he did want Corinne to stay there, so... But it's still 10 out of 11, which is, like, a good amount. Cool. I mean, I don't know if Sophie Segretti's staying this high, but we'll see. And what we got? We got Blood vs. Water. 49 was there. I already forgot the other seasons. 32 and 43. Alright. Then we got Caleb here, who goes to 1. Well, I'm not counting that first vote. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think has a perfect record. Yeah. 8 out of 8 for Caleb. Cool. Julia Sokolowski. Oh, I guess we'll do Sophie Segretti. 4 tribals she survives. Those on the right side for all of them. Who is it from Co Wrong? Julia, right? That's kind of funny. Julia only goes to 4 tribals. Or only goes to 5, but like, actually, Julia's not really that good, is she? Like, actually looking at it, like, Julia's actually not really that good. He's like, I don't even know if I really give her credit for his Debbie vote, because she was going to be voted out if she didn't win immunity there. By the way, I think I wrote down, yeah, it's supposed to be 3 out of 4. And then this one is Sammy. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. And then he's in the majority for 5? Yeah, 5 out of 6. Okay. So... Kenny's kind of interesting, actually. I feel like Kenny is probably the person that has the argument to be the highest here. I think Kenny and maybe a Caleb. I think the other three are probably just moving down. Like they were all, I guess like all of these are final 7 boots, but I feel like Caleb at least has more of like an actual group if he survives that vote. Where like Julia, it's like that was just kind of a train wreck by that point. It was like her and Jason just clearly on the bottom. Sammy had nobody by that point. And then yeah, even Sophie's like turned on by her own people. So it's like I would lean towards these 3 probably being lower on the list. Where Kenny and Caleb, I think there's probably a little bit more of an argument for them being this high. And maybe not this high, but like Alicia is right there. Alicia Rosa. Like I feel like Kenny's probably better than Alicia Rosa. Why are Alicia Rosa and Katie together? I guess it was the fact that they... Yeah, it's not really a 1-for-1, but it's fine. It doesn't really matter that much. Like Kenny's someone that gets to a final 5 where he like... I mean, I guess like does Kenny definitely win if he gets to the end? Like I would say he likely wins, but he's definitely not like a guaranteed win, right? Like I think Kenny is like one of the more palatable people for the Onion Alliance. While also still having like a Crystal vote. So yeah, if like Kenny gets to the end against like Susie Sugar, he definitely wins. I mean, I think that's kind of undeniable. But like Kenny versus even Maddie, it's like I could see Kenny pulling out the win there. So yeah, I think Kenny's someone that maybe he's in this like Scout tier. I guess like Scout, like obviously like Scout is like in a like a binary of like one immunity win away and she wins. Where like Kenny's not necessarily that, but I do feel like Kenny like had a like considering like all the different like tribe formations he goes to and like situations he perseveres through, he still comes pretty close to the win there. Yeah, Kenny, Maddie, Bob is actually interesting because like all of them get votes, right? I think that's probably the struggle in like that sort of situation. Because yeah, like what Marcus, Charlie probably go here. Like I think he needs to get to the end without an Onion member, and I think he probably wins. But with the Onion, with an Onion person there, you probably struggles. And yeah, Corinne here. Randy probably goes Maddie. Susie probably goes Maddie. Crystal goes here. And there's one more vote, Sugar, who probably goes Bob, yeah. So I think probably Bob just outright wins that. But yeah, if it's like change this to like Sugar or Susie, then I think Kenny probably wins. Because I think in that spot, these 3 go Kenny. And he already has Crystal, so he wins in that spot. But then again, it's also like Scout can only really win against Twyla. So it's not even like that's like that great. And then yeah, what do I do with Caleb also? Caleb's probably one of the... Like, maybe Caleb's, like, closer to, like, this, I guess? I think it's, like, a little different, though, right? Like, it's, like, I think Caleb's, like, more of, like, a what-if. Because, like, Caleb's someone that, like, had his side been able to keep Sierra, which, like, obviously is still, like, again, criticize him for not keeping Sierra and all that. But, like, if they were able to convince Sierra one round earlier... I think Caleb's a very likely winner at that point. Like, I think it's a spot where, like, in that world, like, Caleb and Hayden, Sierra, Katie probably, like, have a good shot running the end game. Obviously, Tyson's idol plays a factor into things, but, like, they would have the numbers at that point, and then Caleb is at least a very viable winner at the end. So, like, I think there's a bit of a revolving door in there where... Like, you can argue he was, like, closer to a win than, like, Wardog and Ron and, like, Gabe, where there really wasn't an endgame path. Yeah, I guess I mean, the thing is, like, they probably just shouldn't have voted for Tyson. It's kind of also the issue. Yeah, Tyson wins Final 4, Final 5, right? Now, as you could argue, like, does Tyson, like, win Redemption Island and come back? Which, like, it's possible. Like, that's still, like, him being kind of screwed by that, if that is the case. I think for now, he's probably going somewhere around there. Okay, cool. Actually, him going to 8 tribals is kind of impressive. But yeah, I think on this criteria, he's still, like, closer to these players. Maybe he's closer to the Dara tier. Yeah, I actually think he's maybe a bit closer to Dara. Like, in the sense that, like, Dara's also in a spot where, like, had this one thing change, she's a likely winner, but it's also, like, a fault on them that the thing didn't change, it went wrong. Yeah, I think Kenny, I think I am willing to put him up here. I think he had more win equity in general than Scout. And also, it's like, it's a fault on Kenny that he doesn't get to the endgame situation. Considering kind of blows his, like, position with Sugar and Maddie, but like, either way, I think he's better than Alicia Rosa and Katie Gallagher, bare minimum. Like, he still gets the final 5 with a good chunk of win equity. Where I'm trying to look here, is there anyone that gets that deep into the game with that much win equity that we've gone through so far? I guess Grant. is probably like the argument. Does Scout beat everybody? I guess like Julie might, like it's probably like a tight vote against Julie. Or yeah, she probably gets Twyla and the men. Against Eliza. It might be the same thing, but I think it's like, I don't know. Bran Hansen. Yeah, I guess that too. Actually, why is Bran Hansen and Grant so far apart? In retrospect, maybe that shouldn't be the case, but also like it doesn't matter because the new criteria is going to change that anyway. But like, yeah, whatever. But I think with Kenny, it's also giving him credit for like how well he was able to navigate through the game up to that point. I think maybe he should be below Scout based on the current criteria, though. But yeah, I am willing to put him up here, I think. And then, yeah, these three, I think, are likely moving down. They're down to where? Where's the Gabby tier again? Move them here. Like maybe somewhere in that range. Where it's like kind of a similar notion of like very active players. Oh, I put this in the wrong spot. That's whatever. Wait, what? Oh, I put these in the wrong spot. That's why it's fucked. Whatever. Looking at who this moves them below. Okay. Stable out. There we go. Actually, something I think I might have to add something to this now I think about it. I think it would be helpful to add like positioning within pre-swap, post-swap, like in all the different tribe formations. I think maybe that's something I should be adding to this. Because I think that would actually be kind of helpful in things. Yeah, all these people were in like good spots in the pre-merge. Julia's probably in the best spot in the pre-merge. Post-merge, Julia's probably in the worst spot of the post-merge of these people. I'm leaning Julia at the bottom, and then Sammy versus Sophie Segretti. I think I would lean probably Sammy. Like I think Sammy was I think Sammy's early game is better than Sophie's. And I feel like Sophie's boot feels a bit more earned. Julia's in the top spot for original tribe. If that's what you mean. Which yeah, but I feel like Julia by the time the merge, it's like she gets like she would have got home at Final 9 had she not won immunity. So she does lose control fairly early on there. Like, all these players are probably bigger jury threats than, like, these players, at least. Oh, we're talking about that. What, her exile? I guess to be fair... Well, no, these were also only blindside ones. Yeah, I'm thinking this for now. Wait, let me see something else, actually. I think at least Julia feels fine here, actually. Julia's Pete. Let's see, good starting position. Yeah, I think, like, the more I think about it, I do think Julia probably isn't that good. Like, she's a very active player, but she's not actually that good of a player, but she did have, like, good positioning early on. Where's Pete in this, though? Where do we move Pete to? I generally don't even know. It's not this high, is he? Am I dumb? Where the fuck is Pete? Wait, Jeff Kent's there. Oh, there he is. Oh, I put him in the wrong column. That's why. Just down there. I mean, generally, like, is she just worse? Yeah, it's like, I think Pete is better, actually. Okay, let me think this through. So, like, we have Julia Carter is an interesting one to potentially compare to. Okay, cool. Okay, fuck me. There we go. So, like, Tevin, Julia Carter. Okay, let me just put them here for now. Because, like, Julia is someone that, like, again, was in a good position early on in the game. Swap's kind of weird, but I'm not going to really, like, do too much with that. But post-merge, it's like Tevin, Julia, Sierra, they were able to, like, at least, I guess Sierra less so. Maybe actually she's more of a Sierra. She's actually less of a swing than Sierra. But I think, like, Tevin and Julia, I actually think the argument is that they're better. I mean, they were able to, like, control 2 post-merge votes. Julia would have been blindsided at the second vote had she not won immunity. To where I think Julia and, like, Sierra is probably, like, a better comparison. And even then, I would say Sierra was more of the, like, center person on her tribe than Julia was, where I feel like Julia's more of the beta. Is a blockbuster, can Jag pretty much make it to Final 5? I mean, I think if Jag makes Final 5, he probably just wins at that point, doesn't he? Oh. And, like, yeah, Jag would win most competitions, right? So, Kyle Jason is here. Is she? Maybe she's just like a spot above Kyle Jason. Because like by the time the final 9, she pretty much is a dead man walking. Like, yeah, she gets involved in the Debbie vote, but then after that, she's just kind of on the bottom and is kind of like openly known as like a rat, to where she really has like no long-term potential by that point. And I guess like to be fair, she survives the vote, which like these people don't. Like she survives the vote after, I mean, like in the when Scott Pollard goes home. Yeah, I think I'm leaning here. I think she's a worse Sierra. I think is what I'm settling on. Which I guess that's in the tier of Pete Rakowski. All right, and then we have, yeah, Sammy and Sophie. Yeah, where do I want to go with them? I think there's an argument maybe they could be closer to this. Andrew's assisting a Taylor backdoor now. That, yeah, that sounds like Angela. Like these players made the final 7. Trying to remember what the thing was with these players. I think Kim Powers and Liana were probably more like had more like long-term potential than Sammy and Sophie. These players still had alliances. Yeah, so I think it's a spot where Sammy and Sophie probably have stronger early games than like Will and Gabby. And make it like around further to where like I think the argument would be like, yeah, are they just like a slightly better Will and Gabby, or are they like in this Elizabeth Jeffra tier? Which I think they would probably be above. Like I think they would either be like between Liana and Cindy or here. I think my gut is the land I'm here for now. Which again, just to like remain consistent. I think this is ultimately gonna change if I were to guess. But I think it makes the most sense to have them as a better Sammy and or have them as a better Will and Gabby. Pete is better than Kara K. I don't know. Actually, I don't feel super solid on that, if I'm being honest. Again, I think the bigger issue of Kara is obviously the lack of win equity. And also kind of lack of gumption at the end, but I think her game, like up to like final, like I think her game for first like 2/3 is like decent-ish, but yeah, I think by the end, like the fact that the Nick, Mike, Angela trio like stayed together, Like, obviously, she was drawing dead by that point. I think the problem I have with Pete is I don't think Pete had much of a path either. Or at least like Kara had a path to 4. It's like Pete doesn't really have a path to like, I don't know, much more than 8th. I don't know. Well, I think that's like one of the things we'll probably reanalyze. Yeah, what exactly should I add to this? I think there's probably more things I could add to this that maybe. But then I guess that's like, again, for the earlier boots it probably doesn't matter that much, but once I get to like these people, it probably matters a bit more. When Big Brother, would I lie about being a gamer? I mean, like, as in playing video games or as in what? But yeah, I can't tell people that I play video games at all. That's insane. Why would I do that? Okay, this tier I think is close to that Charlie tier. Like this tier of Jake, Billingsley, Ken, Alex, Edgardo, and Jamie. Like I think they're closer to, well, at least Jake and Ken I think are pretty close to these players. I guess to be fair, these are players that are playing for a loss, whereas like Jake and Ken weren't necessarily. Actually, no, they're probably more of a, where's Jim Rice again? He's here. Maybe more of a Jim Rice, actually. Because like they would be more of the like front runners to win. Had things gone right? Alex Edgardo is probably a bit different, but we'll get to that. Yeah, Jake and Ken, I think around there makes sense. Let's also look up 5, 14, 15. My Big Brother should see my content? Probably not a lot. Like I think way more Survivor than Big Brother if I were to guess. Because I don't think Big Brother people are like that in tune. Like all I really know of is like Ovi and Corey. Yeah, I'm struggling to think of anyone else. Where, oh wait, Quinn. But yeah, I think that might be it. Like, I don't know if Morgan, I doubt Morgan knows who I am. I don't know. Like, I know Kevin Martin's watched my stuff, but like, that's obviously BB Can. And I know like Kiefer from BB Can 9, and then Ryan Ballantyne has watched my ranking of every player. Yeah, that's probably a thing that like some of the players from like yeah, like if Morgan knows who I am, I could see like maybe she like saw the player ranking or something. But yeah, I don't know how many like reality people are like consistent viewers of my content. I think that's very few, if none at all. Like generally probably none at all. But yeah, I would assume like Owen, like from 43, is like seeing my like player ranking of his and that sort of thing. Yeah, it's like consistent. I would say is none. Like I would be very surprised. Rizzo. Yeah, maybe Rizzo's one of the more likely, but even then, I doubt he's still watching my stuff now. I feel like he's got better things to do. Yeah, we got Jake. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is on the in for 5. Yeah, so 5 out of 7 for him, and then 5 out of 5 for Ken. And then Alex and Edgardo here. Alex has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on the right side for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh my god, he has 6, 7. And then Edgardo has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, no, 4. So he has 4 out of 4. And then Jamie Dugan, I think has 3 out of 3, right? Oh no, more than that, because 4 out of 4. Yeah, 4 out of 4. I know Riz has watched my stuff for sure. I just don't know if he's a consistent viewer. Like I doubt he's like watched all of my videos, or I doubt he's like, oh, like is he like watching my 7-hour 50 review? I'm not sure. Dang it, how many? I did see someone posted on Survival Circle Jerk my video, so that's something. That's kind of funny. He definitely watched my Last of Us video. That is true. I don't know who hasn't watched my 6-hour Last of Us video. But yeah, I think Jake and Ken around here, I think it's fine. I think I'll go below Jim Rice in this spot. Especially because like I actually don't even know who wins between the two. With Jim, I feel more confident Jim would win. So yeah, I think we'll do that. Yeah, Alex Edgardo probably just outright moving down. Jamie's also probably moving down because I also don't really have, like, I don't know how Jamie really does. And it's also, it's like kind of like, where's Eric Huffman again? Like around here. Like, is she really that much better than Eric? Like, is she even better than Eric Huffman at all, actually? Like, really, she probably should be closer to just, like, Kim Powers tier, maybe. Because, like, I feel like with Jamie, it's like, yeah, she was in the center of Zanhu, but, like, she also, like, what were the long-term prospects either way? It's like, ultimately, they still lose, like, Frosty and Sharia. It's like, I just don't really know what the path really was. Eric should also move down. I think Eric there's fine. Like, I mean, Eric's like in a spot where he would have had a better spot if he came in with numbers. Even in the bad situation, he still gets the final 6. Like, was pretty well liked on the season. I would assume would win a jury vote had he gotten to the end. Like, part of me is also like, maybe, I don't know, like, maybe she should be closer to this tier? Like, should she be closer to, like, a Michelle Schubert, maybe? How long do I think they're keeping the time travel thing? I'm probably until the end, right? Like, I would expect them to keep it until the end. If not, it'll, like, maybe it'll disappear at some point, like, post, like, jury, and then they'll reappear in the finale or something dumb like that. But, I don't know. I think they'll probably just keep it the entire time. I just think that's their, like, shtick for the season. Yeah, yeah, maybe she is, like, closer to, like, Josh Canfield. Like, Keith is there also. Which, I mean, like, I think Jamie does less wrong, but also it's like, Jamie had, like, no long-term prospects. Actually, Jamie and Gretchen is probably not the worst comparison either. Yeah, actually, I feel like Gretchen maybe is a better parallel. I think above Keith. Maybe like around here. Yeah, I gotta go around there. Eric's not that different from Jason. I think there's a difference, but like I think the difference is that Jason came into the merge like not screwed and then lost it. Where like Eric came into the merge down in numbers. Like I think that's like slightly different. Which I guess to be fair, actually, maybe that is an argument for Jamie being a tad higher. But like maybe just like here. Yeah, I think I'm gonna put her here, like right below Jessica Johnson, maybe. But like even if he like Shri was gone already, even if he had Frosty, they were still down in numbers. It's like either way, it's like they were just kind of screwed based on like how the pre-merge challenges played out. Like even if Frosty was still there, it's like it's still 6-4. Like I'm willing to move Eric down, but I just don't feel like he should move down that much though. Like I think he's better than Cal Jason. Yeah, I don't know where to move him. Elaine. I don't think that's that similar either. Like Elaine was with the majority group for like a good chunk of the game. It's like she didn't really have an end game path, but I don't know. I feel like that's also different. Yeah, I'm not really sure. Like, maybe. Yeah, I don't know if there is like a 1-for-1 person for Eric Huffman. I mean, I guess to be fair, like Frosty is down here. It's like he probably shouldn't be like that far away from Frosty. Like I think he's better than Frosty, but like maybe it shouldn't be like that big of a gap. Should him and Chad really be that far apart though? Cool. There we go. He's like, I feel like Chad is like I feel like with the Vanuatu men, it's like I think they're more at blame for coming to merge down in numbers than like Zanhu is. I'm debating moving them both down, maybe. Yeah. I think with us moving Keith down as much as he is, I think it makes sense to move all the other ones here down. Because at least with like Dave Ball and Tammy, it's like at least they did control like one round after the merge. Like these are people that didn't even like do that. Yeah, so maybe I do just put him here. Interview of Michelle. Thank God. That's Eric is that he would never get a majority of the merge. Yeah, but I don't fault him for that though. It's like that's just simply because of how like the challenges played out, not because of like anything Eric actively did wrong. Whereas like with Cal Jason, it's like Cal Jason like had the numbers at a point at the very beginning of the merge and then lost them. Like he didn't maintain like Sydney well enough and whatnot. Where it's like with Eric, it's like even if he still had Frosty, it's like he's still down in numbers. Like he was just fucked anyway. Generally, I'm kind of at the point where like I think I'm just gonna leave him here and just move on. Like I think we're at the point of the list where like it doesn't matter that much. I'm gonna recomb through it anyway later. I don't know if I need to be like spending like 10 minutes making sure like every little thing is right, because like I'm gonna try to like write down all the stats and like do a deeper like look at it later anyway. Youngest person to ever be on Big Brother, still thriving. Yeah, thank God. Now, what is she doing nowadays? I feel like she seems like the type of person that'd be like in a real estate or something. Load? Okay, cool. I got Big Brother Spoilers is the one that interviewed her. Yep, that she looks like what I expect her to. Has Big Brother Spoilers done any other Survivor interviews recently? That's a thing. That's an insane interview. Yeah, looks like no. Dude, that's still an insane thing that happened. Fucking Jake Latimer and Lauren Harp interview. Oh yeah, what was the new there was a new 50 interview. Oh yeah, Big Tom confirmed to not be called for Survivor 50. Can't believe it. Anyway, Alex and Edgardo. I think I'm moving them down also. I think at this point I also kind of fault them for like it's kind of like a similar thing to like actually maybe they should be with like close-ish to Eric and Chad. Maybe a tad higher. I don't know. Like it's a spot where, or like maybe separate them even. But like, yeah, I think Edgardo might. No, actually, Edgardo's kind of different, isn't he? I'll just move here for sake of like just putting them somewhere for right now. Like so with Edgardo and Alex, it's like they come into merge down in numbers. But they still lose Dreams, and they weren't able to win Stacy. So like I still think that's like a criticism. They were in a pretty good spot in the pre-merge though. They did go to a decent amount of tribals. But like ultimately Edgardo like Edgardo around here might be okay. Let me look up actually. We got Alec. Maybe because these people at least controlled a few post-merge tribals. Yeah, I'm leaning Edgardo down here. I think Alex is going to move up. I think is how I feel. Like I would lean Edgardo. I guess probably closer to the Jamie Dugan tier, which is like the same. Generally, that was the tier he was in anyway. Or maybe even worse because like I guess he's like more at fault. But I guess that's kind of Josh Canfield to a degree. Yeah, he kind of feels like a middle ground of here and here. So I think I go just somewhere in this range. I'll do that. And then yeah, Alex. Like Alex. And actually, to be fair to Edgardo was a safe vote, wasn't he? So maybe that's something to take into account. Maybe that puts him closer to Michelle and Jessica. Yeah, actually, maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll do Michelle and Jessica due to that. The fact that he wasn't... Because, like, Alex was meant to be the target that round. So... Versus Michelle and Jessica. He does go to more tribals. Yeah, whatever. I'll go above. I'll go like here. Do this. Okay. Then yeah, Alex, I think I'm just moving up. I mean, there's the criticism of the fact that he was almost to boot at the merge. Actually, maybe Alex is just kind of bad. I don't know. Like, so, I mean, like, you say he's close to Jim. I feel like that's not exactly a 1-for-1, especially because, like, Alex was in... Because it's like... it's not like Jim was, like, the biggest target for the opposition. And it's also, like, how much of a real side was that really, the Horsemen? It's like at least with like Jim, it's like the Savai was like an actual like real like grouping of players there. It's like this like like it's not even like this was a real, like the Horseman was never like a real thing. It's like Dream flips right away, and they never got Stacy on board anyway. So it's like yeah, he was like the center of him, Edgardo, Mookie, but it's like, does that really mean anything? Or like I feel like that's like kind of reminiscent to like Jamie, PG, Eric of like, yeah, that's like a trio, but like that's not like enough. Yeah, John Carroll's kind of interesting, actually. Let's see. Yeah, I think like maybe in this tier gets flipped on right away. This like, so I think it's like a spot where I could dock him for being flipped on right away, which would actually probably put him like here with Kyle Jason. Though I think I give him like a slight boost for surviving over Mookie. I don't know. Should I actually? Maybe that. I don't even know if that even is much of anything. Angela trying to target Taylor again. Yeah. Sounds like Taylor, or sounds like Angela. Yeah, I guess like Michelle vote's kind of a weird one. I guess it's like a third tribe configuration to like add to his resume. Like I'm not gonna include that as like a merge round, but I would say like the fact that it's a third tribe formation in a spot where like a lot of these people only went to 2. Yeah, actually, I think because you can kind of argue around here, maybe even. Because like in that spot, he again runs his original tribe, he runs the swap tribe, and then he runs that like merge round tribe. Which I think is definitely better than these people then. Sierra also only has 2 tribe configurations. Julia, I think Julia feels like a stopping point potentially. And actually, if anything, maybe I should make Sierra and Julia Sokolowski kind of a subgrouping. Yeah, I think all of these people had 3 different tribe formations. Like Julia had pre-swap, post-swap, early merge. Tevin had pre-merge, early merge, and that split tribal. Kelly, same thing, pretty much. Pete had pre-absorption, post-absorption, early merge. Cedric had pre-merge or pre-swap, post-swap. He doesn't really control the early merge, but like that's whatever. But yeah, I'm thinking like this range then. I think the fact that he gets flipped on early. Well, actually, I guess not necessarily to Julie. Well, it is earlier placement wise, but I mean, he does go to like way more tribals, and I guess that's the thing too, is that like with a lot of these people, they're not even going to tribals into those formations. So yeah, I think that feels better then. Him versus Varner even? mean, it's just like completely different at that point. Yeah. I think leaning somewhere here, and again, this is still subject to change, so it doesn't like matter too much. I actually feel like I move Cedric into that tier there, and then move these down. What is this tweet? Is Cedric really better than Drew Sokolowski? Yes. I actually have no qualms with that personally. That could be an emote. I actually just generally don't think Drew Sokolowski's that good. It's like really the main strength of Drew Sokolowski is her starting position, and then just the notion that she's like an active player. But like she's not even actually good in when she's playing. Like she's very like Melody-esque. When like she's like active, but like she's like so obvious about what she's doing that like no one trusts her, and it actually like harms her positioning in the game. Again, like Cedric like runs 2 tribes, and also like even like in his boot round he technically gets like kind of swap screwed. Yeah, I guess kind of Drew-esque actually. Yeah, that's also not a terrible comparison. Actually yeah, it is very Drew-esque, especially like Aubrey and Sydney, like her own people like turning against her. That's very much like what's happening to Drew now. So yeah, that's fair. Okay, so that's that. Where did we start off again? We started this, right? So we've done 9 people. That's crazy. This tier's moving down. I think it's when we get to this tier that we're starting to like actually get to the people that are staying up here. Like these are all like a lot of people that made Endgame. But yeah, this is still like these are a lot of like what if players. So I think at best they're going to be in this Jake tier, wherever that is here. Why does it feel like Jessica Golowski's name gets brought up so much in these streams? I mean, yeah, she's that girl. I don't know. I mean, she was very much involved in the 50 rumor mill. Only to potentially not actually be in the running for 50. Which is very funny. Anyway. Yeah, I feel like these players are kind of with this. Marcus probably also. Matt might move down a bit more. I think is what my initial impression is. Let's see. So in terms of, I think I could probably just count without even looking it up. Austin has the Misty boot, the Ruth Marie boot, the Dan boot, and then he's out on the Nick boot. And then Nick is the same thing, just without his boot round. Brandon Billinger has the Jim round, has the Blake round where he's not voting out Blake. He has the Brian round, and then he has the Amy round. Marcus, I think he's just 2 for 2, right? And then gets voted out. Like he votes out Dan and he votes out Paloma. I think that's it. And then Matt Bischoff has Allie vote, Hope vote, Laura vote. I think that's it. Okay. Yeah, like I think Matt is where a lot of those other pre-mergers are. Where's Tracy Hughes Wolf? where do we move her? She's like here. I think with Matt, where was the other tier of Jack and MC are here. I don't think I quite put him there at this point. Yeah, I think Matt's just someone I am just naturally moving down. Where's Jake, actually? Jake's down here. Yeah, like, genuinely, is Matt really that much better than Jake? If better really at all? I would say, actually, I would say they're pretty comparable. And, like, obviously, like, I like Matt more, and, like, I think Matt is someone that, like, I would have more faith in, but genuinely, like, for the sake of this list, I don't think there's actually that big of a difference. Was this... cool. Thank God. But yeah, I think realistically he's probably moving down to this level. Him and Brendan Shapiro. I would say he might be Brendan Shapiro. Like, I think he was playing optimally. Like, I think he plays the beginning of his game very well. Like, he's running his original tribe. And then, I think in his boot round, even then, he's like, he's doing his best to survive. Like, he's keeping Michael by his side. He's trying to put the vote onto Julia. Yeah, I think I'm willing to put him here with Brendan Shapiro. I think he still does the podcast of Fair Play. I know he was at least during 48. Like during the 50 Room Mill stuff. Like, he was still doing podcasts there. I'm not 100% if he's still doing it to this day, but I would assume. No, he quit? Okay, yeah. But, like, I know he was on a podcast with, because that's where I got the clip of War Dog saying he wasn't called for 50. Was from a podcast with Fair Play and Matt, and, like, War Dog was there, and there was, like, a couple other people. Yeah, is Gabe just there all the time now? But yeah, I think the rest of these are probably just up here. Like Jake, Jake and Ken, I think are pretty similar to Austin and Nick. I think I actually will. I think with Jake and Ken, actually, maybe there's like an argument to dock them a bit, considering they couldn't keep Xian on side. So I'm not sure if that's like enough to like fully dock them, but I think I'll go something like this. Of like Austin and Nick above them because of that. I think Gabe's watching my videos. I feel like he's like the type of person that like maybe he checked out my like player ranking, but I doubt much more than that. Then we got Brandon Billinger, who is he out the merge? Yeah, I think I'll go Brandon here below Nick, but above Jake and Ken. Jim couldn't keep Copper. Yeah, I guess that's fair. Yeah, I guess, yeah, actually that's fair of Brandon, that like, what does Brandon do wrong to cause his boot? Especially because like you can also factor in like the Steph Bobby John connection that played a factor there. And actually, yeah, maybe that is a spot where, yeah, maybe it's Austin Nick. Yeah, maybe it's something like that. And then Marcus. Marcus is probably here, if I were to guess. Marcus is someone that, like, obviously I think he was, like, very poised to run the game had he survived that. And, like, he was screwed to be in that situation, though I still think you can fault him for, like, losing Susie, who he did spend a decent amount of time with, and then, like, not being able to win over Crystal despite them having an outside-the-game relationship. So yeah, I think I'll put him here. Okay. Marcus 100% wins, but I also feel like he's more at fault for why he gets taken out. Like, he definitely is the clearest win of these. Like, unless there's some sort of, like, bitter jury against him, which, like, who would the bitter jury be for? I think I'll go above Austin and Nick. I think I'm still going to keep him below Brandon. I think Brandon is someone that I feel a bit more secure in the fact that Brandon... So, like, I feel like Marcus, again, I think is, like, pretty much 100% win. I think Brandon's at, like, a 95. Or, like, a 90. Like, I feel pretty good about Brandon going on the win had he stayed. Plus also the fact that he doesn't do anything wrong. Was Marcus's optimal play to target Susie? Possibly? Or maybe even target... No, actually, no, that wouldn't have worked. Yeah, I guess target Susie. But that's not like... Like, I get why he doesn't. Yeah, it's like yeah, it's like probably it probably was the like cut his losses with Susie, try to bank on the relationship with Crystal, try to like act like a united front with like Crystal and Kenny and them, but it probably doesn't work anyway. Anyway, all right, that's that. Then we got Mick trimming Xander and Sebastian. I think Sebastian's probably moving down here. Okay. So, I'll fucking look up the voting records for the sake of it. We got 19. Where the fuck's 19? There. Ghost Island and 41. Alright, so we got Mick goes to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 tribals for Mick, which is pretty insane. I believe... Wait, no, not 50, 14. Because of this. Actually, I should have known it was 14. I actually, yeah, I should have known that it was 14 tribals. That because I think that's the record, right? For Natalie and Russell. The amount of seasons they go to in one tribe in one season is 14. Anyway, yeah, Mick has the 13 out of 14 record, I'm pretty sure. Well, I guess this is kind of a weird one, but I guess I'll give him credit. I don't know. It's like, it's kind of on the edge. but ultimately it's not like it's that big of a deal anyway. Yeah, that's an insane amount of tribals. I mean, that's yeah, that's like pretty unprecedented for one season. I guess even Nat 10 goes to 13. I kind of forgot about that. But still. Then we got Sebastian. Goes to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Survives 9 tribals. Is in the majority for... Actually, I forgot about that. Huh. I generally forgot about that. Okay. I mean, he was in the minority, but like also it's like they knew what was going on, and it wasn't really. I mean, it was a minority to a degree. I don't know. It was a spot where like Shambo had a Ray flipped, and Shambo told them to play the idol, and like they knew what was happening. Like talking about the Mick thing with the Kelly vote. It's like the Fofos knew what was going to happen. Like Shambo leaked the plan to them and told them to play the idol, so it's like they knew what was happening. It's like technically they're in a minority, kind of. I don't know. It's just kind of a weird spot. He's like, even if Shambo flips, like, yeah, it's still only like it's 5 out of like 5v6. Then also, like, I know Russell had already done some work with Fincher, or like, I don't know, maybe he goes all in on Fincher if that wasn't the case. Like, I think it's a spot where we don't fully know what would have really happened. Had Russell not had the idol. So yeah. What was it? I already forgot. It was what, 9 tribals? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9. Wait, no, 8. Fuck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's 8. Okay. In the majority for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7 out of 8 for Sebastian. And then we have Xander, who probably has a pretty spotty record if I were to guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I generally forgot about this too. That's insane. Fucking wasted a double vote on Liana. Fuck, I already forgot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 tribals. Not gonna count this one, right? Yeah, 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. 5 out of 9. I didn't realize it was that bad, actually. Okay. Mick. Like, Mick's up here, right? Like, I mean, I think I think the one qualm I really have with Mick is, like, win equity. I'm not really sure what his win equity was, but also, to fair, fucking Dan Spilo's right here. Like, he goes to so many tribals. He, again, I guess, to fair, like, that was a knock against Mick. I forgot what it is, the endgame stretch, that, like, he's really only being saved there because he's a physical, like he's someone that they felt like they needed him to stay in the game to beat Brett in challenges. Or, like, if it wasn't for that, then they would have taken Jason to the end. So, like, I think that's, like, a criticism. But I think he's definitely still up here. Like, somewhere in this range. And I just, and, like, win equity wise, again, it's a bit tough to really gauge. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, like, yeah, okay, yeah, that's fair for Will and Dan Foley. Maybe in retrospect, Spilo should be lower than Foley. What was the argument for Spilo over Foley? Well, I guess Spilo didn't get voted out, I guess, is one of the things. But generally with Dan and Will might be more comparable. I feel like I do want to go like this, and then Mick is maybe above Spilo. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, why is Spilo above Foley when like Foley had a winning scenario and was playing optimally, where like Spilo technically wasn't, but also it's not like Spilo had a winning scenario anyway. No, Dan didn't plan on cutting Tommy. Dan was planning to go to the end of Tommy and Dean. I'm thinking this. And then Sebastian. I remember why I had Sebastian this high, just because like he at least like attempts to make a move against Dom and Wendell, which I think at least that was the right thing to do. And also I think he was disadvantaged by just like how many advantages they had to begin with. Though he still does take the shot too late. We probably ideally would have taken the shot earlier. But he's still in the majority for most of the season. Trying to think of like who he is more similar to. I think like kind of Will Wall. Oh, fucking Dan Foley's the best Dan now, thank God. Yeah, Will Wall and other person, Gabby, like that was a tier. Like maybe that could be similar. But I guess like in comparison, like Sebastian made it like a tad deeper and was more like actually in the majority, where like Will was kind of more of a tag along at points. Gabby kind of same thing. Sebastian also literally believes Dom pre-played the idol somehow. I mean, for Ben did the previous season. Not that they watched that, but yeah, no, what am I leaning towards? Leaning towards I feel like Woo is getting too high, but we'll deal with that later. Why Jeff validate Ben's and not Dom's? That is a question. That is a question to be had. Sebastian versus Mitch. I guess like Mitch has like a more clear winning scenario than Sebastian. But also Sebastian was like more in the majority than Mitch. Where again, Mitch was also kind of a tag along. But I think at least the attempt to play optimally kind of makes them similar-ish. I'm trying to remember why Danny was here necessarily. I think it was just that he got to the final 6 with like win equity. Yeah, I guess Sebastian was kind of a tag along. I mean, like, I feel like in a bit of a different way though than Mitch, where like Mitch was like added to the alliance late, where like Sebastian was like with that group the entire time. But I guess like in a way that's like something you can credit Mitch for, is the fact that he was able to get in with those people after the fact. I think maybe I go Mitch above. I think maybe I go around here. Like Mitch got the final 5, Sebastian got the final 6. I think maybe that's like one of the differences. Also, again, Mitch's end game is a bit like, or like winning scenario is a bit more clear. And to be fair, I think Sebastian probably gets more screwed. I don't know if screwed's the right term, but like I think Sebastian, had his plan gone through, was more likely to get into a winning scenario than Mitch was, where Mitch didn't really have any path to actually get to his ideal situation. Because I guess he would have to win Final 5 immunity, and then... Actually, yeah, generally he would have to win Final 4 and Final 5 and hope that Kyle and... Well, I guess Camilla mostly doesn't win immunity or fire. Which I guess is kind of practical. Either way, whatever. I feel like this is fine. Xander. Xander's kind of Owen-esque. I'm trying to remember why I gave him more credit than Owen. Actually, it's kind of funny looking at this, where like Owen actually has a better voting record than Xander, which I don't think I would have predicted. And Xander was in a lot of danger early on. Like, had they gone to another tribal, he probably goes home. But I guess, too far, you can kind of argue that with Owen. Like, they both were able to, like, get on the right track at the end. Yeah, I'm thinking he's probably just closer to Owen there. And like maybe lower, even though I thought he was higher before. I will go here, and then I think I'll move Owen down that. Okay, Philip Shepard top 200. Dan Foley at 204. So that's fantastic. Yeah, again, I don't know what I'm actually doing with the like final criteria of it all. Like what exactly should be done to like adjust some things. Like I think it's like I do want to give like more credit to people that I do think are playing well, especially in like tiebreaker situations. But yeah, we'll deal with that later. Again, this is what I'm kind of planning, is that I think I will still stream every day until I finalize this version of the list. I think once that's done, I think I'll try to do some of the, like, the reworking stuff off stream, and then I'll like do a stream after that to like talk it all through and make sure it's fine. I think it's probably what I'll do at that point. Because I don't want to fucking waste another like, what, probably like another like 12 streams having to detail every little thought process that's in my head of like I think it's better that I think it's like I'll just do it and then we'll talk through all the changes on stream. I think it's probably the more efficient way of doing it. But again, we'll finish this phase though on stream. Okay. Then we got this. We got Taj, Sabrina, Chelsea, Monica. Which, I think Dan Foley's getting into the top 200. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We'll see. I think that's probably going to happen, though. What was it? 18, 24, and... Oh, there's all 24. Oh, yeah, because Monica is... Okay. Where is it? 18, 24, and 27. I mean, it's a spot where, like, these people can't win. Actually, I should say these people can't win. Actually, even Taj, I think, is, like, tough to see a Taj win. Like, you argue these players are playing more optimally. Like, Chelsea and Sabrina are, like, trying to get to the end with Kim. Taj is, like, trying to get to the end of JT and Steven, who she loses to. Monica is a neat lady. That is true. I've never met a nice person before. But yeah, I should go meet Monica Culpepper. All right. Taj, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Tribals is on the right side for 8, I think. Why did she vote for Joe here? I actually don't even remember. Like, I'm pretty sure she knew Sandy was going home, right? But why did she vote for Joe? I don't know. Whatever. Then we have Sabrina. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 tribals. I'm pretty sure on the right side for all of them, because that was a split. Yeah. And I think Chelsea's the same. Like, they both, like, again, Chelsea and Sabrina are literally just the same, like, in terms of, like, their voting records and whatnot. Then Monica on this season's pretty bad, right? Yeah, she doesn't vote out anybody. And then on her second season, it might be a clean record. I'm not going to count that one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So yeah, 12 out of 12 on the second appearance. Yeah, I was pretty sure she knew. It's just I'm like, why did she vote for Joe? But yeah, again, I think we're doing this. Actually, wait, what's the best way of moving this? Well, actually, I should just make more room. I think we're getting near the point where the list should be easier, and obviously I say that a billion times. But, like, genuinely, I think this might be... Yeah, Bobby John is there. I kind of forgot Bobby John was that high. But, like, also, it's like, yeah, I think we're kind of nearing the point where it becomes easier. We'll see. Yeah, Blood vs. Water, I'll still give her credit for... Like, I still give them credit if it's a tie vote. There was this Dean Angela breaking the news that there are only 5 votes to evict Mallory. Breaking the news to who? Taylor's still up in the air? Yeah. So, wait, from their perspective, it's 5 votes to evict Mallory. What's going to be so funny is if it's fucking, if like, none of this matters anyway, tomorrow, and Jason just goes home and, like, a unanimous vote. But yeah, what was it? We're going, yeah, at least here, right? Yeah. I guess to be fair, like that is like a direct ramification of the blockbuster, right? Is that it leaves things up in the open, so then like people are kind of having to like game a bit more, considering they have to play for more than just the one scenario. Can't wait to put Drew up as backdoor. I'm over it. Yeah, so they're planning on backdooring him though, which is fair. I don't think it's the right call for Devins to do that though. It's still bad for Devins. But anyway, yeah, what am I doing here? So I feel like Taj is like kind of more of a teeny. Is my impression here. Where like it's not like Taj has no winning scenario, but like it's not like Taj is this massive jury threat. Where like people like Taj, but people didn't really like respect Taj. Plus also, again, she's trying to go to the end of JT and Steven. I think that's something I have to dock her for. Again, there were a couple points where even though she's voting with the majority, she's not really getting like her way. So I am leaning towards Teeny here. I would say better than Deshawn. I think like Deshawn just kind of completely loses control. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm going below because at least with Teeny also like people intended on going to the end with Teeny. And it just didn't happen because of the fire making challenge. Actually, at that point, is Taj closer to like a Trish and a Liz? Actually, I guess she had more like possible win equity than them. I guess it's like if it's Taj versus Aaron, could Taj win that? And like Taj versus Coach, she probably wins that. So yeah, it's like I think Taj has more win equity for sure than Liz and Trish. But again, was not playing for a particularly optimal situation. And then we have Monica, Chelsea, Sabrina. I mean, if we're going like Chelsea and Sabrina, they're better than Alicia, right? I guess they're like maybe they are just here. Like, are they like, or are they better than? Actually, no, they're Dan Spilo level, right? Thank God, comparing Sabrina and Chelsea to Dan Spilo, but like, yeah, they're probably just Dan Spilo level, of like trying to go to an end game that they can't win. Were in the majority the entire season. I guess maybe have some niche situations to where they win. I think maybe around there actually. I think and then I think Monica can Monica win at all? I don't think so, right? So like I'm kind of thinking like this three together, like Sabrina, Chelsea, Mick, and then maybe Monica with Dan Spilo. It's like Monica and Dan Spilo both can't win. Mick, Chelsea, Sabrina have like niche situations where they can win. Jervis, Monica, final two. I think we'll have to comb through it. I would lean Monica though. Sierra Hayden. Nah, I think they just vote for like I don't even know if Monica even gets a vote. Like, even in that spot, I think Jervis and Tyson probably vote Hayden. Okay, so we're doing that. Yeah, like what? Monica Jervis is this even really worth doing? Let's do it for a sec of it. Tyson goes Jervis. Tina. I actually don't know. Tina's one that I think could be in the middle. I'm not 100% sure on Tina. Sierra. I also don't know. Hayden. I think Hayden leans Jervis. But then again, there is the believe that. So I'm not sure if that works out well for Jervis. I mean, generally, I think it's a spot where, like, I think it comes down to how bitter people are against Jervis. Because I think a lot more people had a closer relationship with Jervis, but also Jervis burned a lot of people. Like, Jervis burned, like, Aris and Vetus and, like, Tina and Katie and like, again, his handling of Hayden on his way out was bad, to where it's like, I think that probably settles it, is, like, if they're voting bitterly or not. Because I think if they're not, I think they vote Jervis, but I could see the vote going to Monica because they're bitter. Also, I fucked something up here. Oh, I think I cut Monica instead of copied. Either way. Dan Foley top 200. He made it. I don't think Spilo's making top 200, maybe. Actually, it might be close. Actually, no, fuck. He might. No, yeah, I think he is. God damn it. Yeah, I think some of these people are moving down, but we'll get to that eventually. Oh, wait, was Carolyn also in this tier? I think Carolyn was also in this tier, and I just, like, missed her. Nah, whatever. We'll talk about her here anyway. So we got Jason, Albert, Ken McNichol, Cassidy, and Carolyn Weiger. So yeah, okay, let's just, so what, I thought that said feet. I was like, what the fuck? But yeah, what was it again? 19, 23, 33, 34, or 40. Fuck me, yeah, whatever. You get the point. Right, forgot. 33, 23, 19. I realized how high I viewed Dan Spilo as a player before this process. No, and generally Dan Spilo might move down as we get for, like, once I do the redo. Like, Dan Foley generally might actually stay around where he is, because at least, like, Dan Foley and Will Sims are playing optimally. They are trying to go to the end of a situation that they, like, that are their better situations, and they almost did do that if it wasn't for Nido play. Dan Spilo, though, like, again, Dan Spilo, yeah, he was well liked by his cast, and he, like, navigates to the final. He would have navigated to the final 3, like, very easily. And he is, like, a competent player, like, outside that. Like, he does do some things on his own that are actually pretty good, but also, he is still a GOAT. And I think I'll probably factor that in a bit more on the when we adjust things. So we're like, I could see Spilo dropping a bit. But I think Foley and Will Sims will probably be around this range still. What is this clip? I think Jervis just inherits Tyson's win equity. It's very possible.
See you soon, pig.
Oh. Yeah. This is the 21-second clip.
Oh no, I'll be seeing you soon, pig.
What does she say on her way out?
That's okay. That's okay. Pipsqueak. See you soon. You Pipsqueak. You too, Pipsqueak. See you soon.
Yeah. It's a shame that we'll probably never see Izzy play Survivor again. Or Big Brother again. Yeah, Dan's actually like a pretty like what's the term? But yeah, like he's like splitting his vote left and right. Like he's actually doing some interesting stuff strategically. The problem is that he's Dan Spilo. All right, so Ken McNichol got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 tribals for Ken McNichol. And then he's in the majority for 1, 2, I guess 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Because that's a tie, so I'll count it. 9, 10. Wait, is he in the majority the entire time? Oh. Yeah, this is the only time he doesn't vote for a boot, but he's actually like in the majority still. So good for Ken McNichol. Then who are we looking for? 43? Cassidy, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 tribals. I don't know if I count it. Like, she votes with the majority, but like she also didn't want that to happen. Just got looped in last second, but whatever. I'll count it, I guess. You know what? Fuck. I'll dock 1 total for these 2. I think it's probably what I'll do. Like, she was in to know, but also whatever. But yeah, so it is what, 9 out of 10 for Cassidy. And I wish it didn't do that. And then we have Carolyn Weiger. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 tribals. It's in the majority for 2. What was her Kane vote here? I actually don't even remember. Was that like a split to save Jam Jam? Like, was that her attempt to split to save Jam Jam? I generally don't remember. I don't think I count this because she had no clue what was going on, right? 3, not 4, 4, 5, 6. That's actually pretty bad, actually. So it's a 6 out of 9 record for Carolyn. Who's this? Oh, Jason. I forgot about Jason. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Or 12, I guess, total. I think it's 12 out of 12. Again, if I'm counting the Mick one, I guess I count for him. Yeah, so I think 12 out of 12 for Jason. And then Albert. She did snipe out Sarah Wade with an idol in her pocket. That is a pretty crazy move. Albert, 1, 2, 3, 4. What the fuck was that? Okay. There was just a fucking loud noise from my root. What the fuck was that? Okay. Either way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. And then do I include this? I guess I will. Actually, no, I won't. He knew Brandon was going home. So I think it's 12 out of 13. Okay. So this is a interesting grouping of players. So like we do have Jason here. I'm thinking Jason's better than Mick. Again, like it's a spot where Jason was like more part of the core. And like the only reason they keep Mick around over Jason is because of challenge ability. Mind you, Jason was a GOAT. Like it seems like he can't even win against Russell, so like that's a pretty big issue. But like I think these players kind of feel like this tier. Like, are they goats? Like they're goats, like for the most part. Like obviously not all of them necessarily, but like a lot of these are like goats that played optimally. I mean, I think Dan Spilo, like again, Dan Spilo's trying to get to the end. I guess like with Jason, I guess you could argue. So like Jason was trying to get the end of Russell and Natalie. So like, I guess that's not really his like optimal situation, is it? Like it's a fine situation, but like I guess like optimal would be like him, Shambo, Russell, which he still loses. But like, but yeah, okay. Do I? Dan Spilo and Jason. Part of me does want to put him above Mick though. But I guess like the fact that he can't win is an issue. Yeah, maybe Mick here then. Maybe Mick's like a Alicia. Yeah, maybe I'll do something like that. Generally, I think Katie's kind of just all around different. But I think Mick, yeah, Mick with Alicia. Then yeah, Jason's still here probably. Yeah, I'll go Jason above Dan. Like Jason at least like I mean like Dan at least like was blindsided like early on in the game. And I guess 2 for an advantage played a factor into that, but it's fucking Dan Spilo, it's fine. Then we have Albert, who I think is probably also in this category. Actually, if anything, Albert's probably more of a Dan Spilo. I mean, like Albert's kind of a mess. Actually, Albert probably is closer to Mick. He's like Albert actually almost got voted out at Final 5, right? Like if Brandon didn't give him an immunity necklace, like Albert's probably out there. So like generally, like Albert's probably closer to a Mick, and like actually, like Mick at least could theoretically win. Albert can't. So, so yeah, I'm thinking this. Yeah, I guess that's fair. He was playing for a more optimal final 3. The problem is that he can't win any of them. I think that... Okay, wait. Who's above Mick again? It's Katie. Oh, maybe he goes here then. I don't know. It's like, what's more important, optimal play or that one round where he almost gets voted out? Where if like optimal play is more important, then he's like closer to like Dan and Will Sims here. If I knock him for that Brandon round, then he's probably like here, I guess. Yeah, I guess to be fair, Dan Foley gets voted out, but also that was like a weird vote off. But I guess to be fair, Brandon winning immunity is also kind of a weird vote off. So, yeah. Fucking Dan Foley and Albert. Then we got Ken. Okay. The issue with Ken is that he can't win. Outside of that, I think I would want to have Ken here. Like, I think I would have Ken above everybody but Philip if it wasn't for the notion that he can't win. Because I do think he played like mostly obviously like how he handles the Will during the Zeke round's bad, and like there's definitely some weird stuff there, but like in terms of like his path to the end, like he is playing optimally. He's getting to the end of Adam and Hannah, who are the people that he's the most likely to beat. He is cutting David at the last second. Again, like the problem is that just no one cares by that point, but I do think he makes like the moves that are necessary. He has the killer instinct. Better than Will? I think he's better than Will. I mean, I think his navigation through the game is better than Will. I think is clarify. Yeah, again, the thing is just the win equity. It's like Will like had more win equity. Like at least like had a situation where he could have potentially won, where Ken didn't. I think it's a spot though that I'm not sure who to give more credit to between Will and Dan for like win equity. Because like the reason I have Will over Dan here is because like Will actually got to the end, Dan didn't. I think outside that, if we're like basing on win equity, I'm not sure which one to actually give the credit to. I don't know. I don't know if I really fully believe that though. That like Will was definitely more likely to win. Like I'm just generally like unsure on that. I think I'm gonna go this. I feel like I have enough uncertainty with Will and Dan that I give Ken more credit for like him being willing to cut David. And then we have Cassidy. I guess Cassie's also kind of in this mold. Like, and Cassie had like a complete like misread on how the jury viewed her, but like she at least like did recognize where her ideal final three was and got to it. The problem is that she can't win anyway, but that's kind of what these people are. I guess is she like with Will and like I guess actually is Dan Foley and Albert closer together? And then like okay, I have to move this one more down. Wait, like is Cassie like closer to the Ken and Will? Um, trying to remember yeah, like Cassie doesn't really have a point where she was getting voted out if she didn't win some sort of challenge or anything. But again, she was drawing dead. She does turn against oh, she does, fuck me. She does turn against Carla. Yeah, I guess Ryan vote is the spot of contention. I think I'll go here. It's not like a major point of contention for me, but I think it's enough to where, like, yeah, I'll put her below Will and Ken. I guess I'll put her in this tier. Then we got Carolyn, who I think is just lower. Carolyn's just such a beta. She's a beta submissive. Now what is this clip?
On a game level, I feel like.
Oh yeah.
On a game level,
yeah, I love Mallory on the show. Generally, I think Mallory's a lot of fun. Is Carolyn even that much better than like a Xander and Deshawn? Well, I guess they're different, but either way, like I feel like she's better than Xander. I feel like maybe like somewhere here. Let me think through her and Owen. I guess she is kind of like Angelina coded. Yeah, like Angelina Julie coded. I guess, like, to be fair to her, she wasn't as much drawing dead as Julie was. But to be fair, Julie was playing more optimally in the sense that she was trying to get to her best case final 3. While, like, Carolyn was, like, trying to get to the end with Carson. And that's an issue. But to be fair, Angelina tries to get to the end with Nick. And that's... Well, I mean, really, it's like Angelina's drawing dead anyway. I'm thinking that. I'm thinking, what do I have, Carolyn? Here. I'm thinking here between Angelina and Julie. Yeah, I think I'm doing that. Julie's based on Dan Foley on criteria? No? I give credit to Dan Foley for having a potential winning scenario. That's why Dan Foley's as high as he is. Like, I think Dan Foley is more likely to win that scenario than Julie is to win any scenario. Like, Julie is completely drawing dead. Like, there's no scenario where Julie can win the game. Dan, in the Will Dan Rodney thing, I think there's at least a modicum of a chance. I'm giving Dan Foley credit for having a, like, chance at a win, where Julie, I'm not. Is the big difference. If anything, actually, Julie's probably closer to Owen. To a degree. Whatever. Julie's higher than Carolyn and Angelina based on the fact that Dan and Albert are higher. Yeah, Yeah, I guess that part of it's fair. I think that also moves Owen up, too, though. It's like Owen was also playing optimally. I think Xander's still there. These players have more control over things. So yeah, I think I go that. Yes, I guess I just add Xander to that. Yeah, I'll do that for now. What time are we at? 3:39. I think we'll do this tier and then call it night. How many people have we done already? Where do we start? Here, right? Done 26. That's pretty decent, considering we started later to stream than the other ones. Okay. So this was like the final kind of like screwed tier. Like the intention behind it, at least, was the players that are more screwed. I think a lot of these people are probably moving down, if I were to guess. I think based on the current criteria, they're moving down. Not all of them, but definitely some of them. I forgot John Hennigan was this high. Anyway, we have Roger Pascal, Rhino, Adam Gentry, Gary Hogan. Gary Hogan's definitely dropping down, right? What is it? Rick Nelson, Michael Snow, Tyler Fredrickson, Brett LaBelle, Michael Yerger, and John Hennigan. I think based on instinct, I feel like John Hennigan, Michael Yerger, Michael Snow, Tyler's kind of in a middle ground. I think Gary possibly moving down. Adam is like kind of maybe like somewhere in the middle. Rhino is probably here. I'm thinking it's like some sort of structure like that. Like these are players that are more here for potential. They get kind of screwed to a degree, though. They really were boosted a lot because of like potential. So I think they're just moving down. Actually, wait, let me see something again. Like what was the original list looking like? Okay, yeah, so that's fine. Yeah, nothing contradicts what I had before. Okay. So I think we'll deal with these first. So we got 7, 11, 26, 36, 37. 7, 11, 30. It was 36 and 37. 26, that was the other one. Okay. So Rhino has a 3 out of 4 record. Gary has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 tribals. Is in the majority for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 out of 8 for Gary. Michael Snow has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 for Michael Snow. 1, 2, 3. Wait, no. Oh, wait, no. Fuck. This is a typo. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 tribals. Is in a majority for only what 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 out of 6, which is not particularly great. Michael Yerger has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. And is in the majority for 1, 2. That was a split. Wait, no. 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 out of 8 for Michael Yerger. And I picked the wrong key. And then we got John Hennigan, who only has 2 tribals. Okay. So, yeah, I think all these people are moving down. This is, what, 5 people? Like, if I were to guess, I would say best case is that they're probably close to this Brandon Billinger tier. Probably moving lower, though. Yeah, so... Yeah, because, like, these are players that likely win had their things played out well. These players aren't. I guess to be fair, though, like... Okay, so, like, Rhino, I think, is probably in this range. I think he's probably closer to the Charlie, Elizabeth, Colleen, Steve. I think there's probably, like, a little bit more doubt in the fact that, like, yeah, Tijuana and Dara would have probably flipped along the way, but, like, we don't really know. Like, it's not, like, 100% locked in, so, like, I think I'm willing to give him this, like, kind of, like, Steve level. Again, I'm just double checking. I don't know. I guess to be fair, like, the fact that, like, Tijuana and Dara do vote him out by the end is probably more indicative of his, like, actual position. Which I guess, like, is he that different than, like, an Eric Huffman and Chad at that point, actually? Because I can kind of see that as well. Yeah, I think I'm leaning towards that, genuinely. Because, yeah, if you really were to, like, make me bet money on what would have happened at this point, I do think a flip probably happens eventually. Like, I probably have less faith in, like, Savage and Rhino to really, like, run the entire season than what I did, like, when I probably started on this list. So... yeah, I think I go with this. Maybe. Actually, maybe... is there... I'm trying to remember the argument for... they get flipped on earlier, but... I think I'll do this. I think I'll do this for now. And again, I'll probably end up adjusting things later anyway. It doesn't really matter too much, does it? Yeah, I'll go with this for now. And then... yeah, John Hennigan. So Gary Hogaboom, I actually do still want to give, like, a bit of credit for, like, yeah, he was on the bottom in the post merge, but like he actually does survive a decent while. He does actually like again get the flip on Jamie. And it's like from him being swap screwed, he's able to like kind of get into that group to where like I actually feel like there's like some pretty good work there. Yeah, maybe Randy. Where did we land Randy? He's not higher, right? Yeah, he's definitely not higher. Oh, he's all the way down there. Wait, no, that is still higher than where we put Rhino, right? Okay, yeah. Huh. Okay, I think... I think based on the current criteria, that makes sense. I feel like that's going to change. Later. No, that's not the same either. Maybe I'll just move him there for now. Or like I think Gary has a lot more like optimal play. I think Gary actually like doesn't do that much wrong. And like again, like I think there is some pretty effective work along the way. Or like with Randy, it's like once he's on the bottom, he's just on the bottom. Like he can't really get out of much at that point. Yeah, I'm not sure where I would actually land them in that spot. So he's booted at what, final 7? I mean, I kind of feel like around here actually, because like what's the difference between him and like a Julie? I guess see for Julie. Oh, I mean Julie obviously made it further, but like they went to the same amount of tribals. It's like I think Gary surviving the pre-merge phase. That's probably more impressive. Like Judd is there. I think I'm leaning this. Like this level. Somali and Lyric about to become the new June and Allison. I don't know about that. I'd love to see it though, if that was the case, but I would be surprised. Imagine Devins uses Diamond Power to get rid of Drew. That would be very depressing, actually. Yeah, I'm leaning this. Like, I think I'm actually gonna go with this. It's like I get the Randy comparison in the fact that they get swap screwed or are able to get into the majority of their new group and then like go out in a Pagong in the post merge, but I think with Gary, like one, he's tested more in the pre-merge. He goes to more tribals and is able to survive over like all of his fellow former alliance and even over Blake. There, and then in the post merge, he's still able to like eventually get one on like a person in the majority, which like Randy never does. So yeah, I think him above Julie makes sense. I'm debating these two. And like his vote record's literally the same as Cindy. Though Cindy does obviously vote him out. But also Cindy was given like a more fortunate merge situation. Where I think you can argue Gary is more screwed. So yeah, I think I'll go Gary here. Because like Cindy came into the merger numbers, like Gary didn't. Which actually, if anything, maybe that puts Gary closer to this Liana, like this tier. And then we got who do we deal with first? I guess Michael Snow will do. Actually, should I just end with this? Maybe I'll just end with these 5. It's already almost 4 o'clock. And I do have to work tomorrow. I don't know if I want to like, and we're gonna be fucking here tomorrow anyway. So I think I'll end with these 3 here instead of like finish off this tier just yet. Things again. I don't want to overdo it tonight. Also, I did not sleep almost at all yesterday. Also something like I just like could not go to sleep post stream. So that's fantastic. But yeah, generally, I think we're about to get to the part where the list gets a tad easier. And watch me regret that tomorrow. But like, I do genuinely feel that. I think this feels like this, like one of the last like major hurdles. So we'll see. The strategy of flirting and using her body to get further into the game continues. I don't think a jury would respect her. I don't know. I think it's a bit different nowadays. Like I don't know. Yeah, I don't feel like I feel like from an audience perspective, probably not, but I feel like from an in-game perspective, I don't think that's as big of a thing as it used to. Okay, we'll deal with Michael Snow. Where's Matt Bischoff again? Like Michael Snow's just a better Matt Bischoff. Matt Bischoff, we have Matt Bischoff like way low, right? Yeah, like down here. Michael Snow's slightly better. Generally, probably shouldn't be that much better. Like he's still he's able to survive over Matt Bischoff and then over Julia, but then at the merge he has like no traction. He's not really able to do anything there. Maybe in this tier, maybe the like Katie Collins, Jenna tier. Gary, I think Gary. So now I'm giving credit for like he's able to actually do something. like Michael, and I guess to be fair, Michael is a safe vote by the end, so it's like it's not the worst like vote off, but he's still pretty ineffective in actually doing anything. Maybe Jay? I think there's that safe vote connection there. I guess we could give him the credit for running the original tribe. Maybe Michelle Schubert, actually. Like, ran their original tribe, had a kind of spotty post swap, but still got through it, and then sniped a little bit after the merge through a safe vote situation. How many spots will he end up dropping? Actually, yeah, I guess literally he will drop about 150 spots. Yeah, maybe even above Edgardo. Or maybe not. Edgardo had more... Well, I mean, like... Yeah, they were both safe vote options. Michael got through one post-merge vote, so, like, that's maybe, like, a minor credit to give him. Yeah, I'm thinking this. I'm thinking this range. He was tested on like Jessica, yeah. But yeah, I think that's like I think he's like with like Edgardo and well, probably just more Edgardo. But again, did go to a few tribals in the pre-merge. Did end up again, like, ran his original tribe. And again, survived an extra vote after the merge to give him kind of a boost over Edgardo, but still was taken out as a safe vote. Yeah, I think this feels fine. Better than Tevin. I mean, Tevin maintained control in the post-merge. For, like, 2 votes. So, I don't know. I feel like Tevin's better. Or at least I can argue Tevin's better. Yeah, I feel fine with that. And then John Hennigan is kind of a weird one. Or, okay, where's Dan Ringering again? Dan is somewhere around here, right? He's like here. Like Dan, Alec are there. So like, I feel like he should be better. Could it be here if this like MC Jack Nickding tier maybe? Like it's a spot where I... Oh wait, fuck, I cut it wrong. Yeah, it's a spot with John Hennigan where he obviously gets like sniped out of the game and he could have had some long-term prospects, but we ultimately don't really know. And like actually more signs point to the fact that he was like kind of on the bottom by that point, considering like, yeah, like obviously Dan's next to go anyway. Like, and then Alec and Allison and them like flip over, so it's like yeah, he's probably closer to the Jack level here. I think I'm willing to give him the edge over Jack, though. Like I think in comparison to Jack, he gets like he well, controls the merge vote. That's something. both are kind of sniped out, but then also it's like before his elimination, he's never blindsided. Jack is blindsided when the other person goes home, when Molly goes home. Yeah, but still speculative on how exactly Jack would have done in that, though. Like, I think it's too far out still to where, I don't know, I'm willing to give John the edge there for him just having a better game up to that point. And then Michael Yerger. I think first things first, where did I put Gary again? He's like around here, right? So I think this is like a consideration point. Like Gary, he was able to like, I mean, he did need an idol at 11, so I guess that's a criticism. But like, he was able to survive the Desiree vote. He was, I think he survives over Chris at the merge. He survives over James at the second swap. And again, I do think he was playing optimally for the most part of the swap tribe. He's not really able to get really into the group like Gary is. Is Michael better than Libby? Yeah, it's not by much, is it? Like, I think, like, early game, it probably is, like, pretty much tied. And then, obviously, like, Libby gets taken out by Michael's idol. Like, Michael does survive another round after that. But, yeah, I guess it's fair that, like, it shouldn't be, yeah, it probably is fair to drop him. Where is Libby, though? Or is maybe that the spot where maybe I move Libby up? That feels too low. Yeah, I would say he's better than Alec Christie and them. Like who is his like parallel here? Maybe a J. I mean, I guess like maybe like Mookie actually. I'm thinking Mookie is probably the closest we got here. And it's like, it's a spot where like maybe I'll eventually give credit to Michael for more optimal play throughout his run than Mookie. I guess the thing with Mookie though, Mookie's able to get more in with the horsemen, where like Michael doesn't really get into a solid group. But I think that, I don't know, like above or below Mookie, I think that's kind of like, I think he's better than Alec Christie because like yeah, it's like I think Alec getting in with like John and them is not that dissimilar from like Michael getting in with like Dom and Wendell when they take out like Desiree. Though with Mookie, I think Mookie's able to get in a bit more with actually I think I'm gonna go Mookie higher. Like Mookie Moogie's able to get in more of the horseman, plus also his boot round. Yeah, I mean, it is him being tricked still, but like, he wasn't meant to be the target there. I think that's at least like a minor credit to him. Or like Michael was a pretty big target by that point. So I think we'll go something like this, and then move this down. Okay. I think that's it for tonight. Did the average change? Nope, it's still Hunter. Which I guess that's just locked in at this point. I mean, like, I guess not locked in, because again, I might make some adjustments, but like, at least in terms of this iteration of the list, I guess that's locked in. Hunter's the most average player ever. Philip Shepard's still at the top. Whatever. Anyway, yeah, so how many people did we get through today? We got through 31. Okay, I was hoping for a little bit more than that, but I guess that's fine. Considering, like, obviously I did this for a little bit less than I did the last few days. Yeah, all right. I will be back tomorrow. Same thing. I might stream a little bit later tomorrow, straight up. So, like, obviously I've been starting around 11-ish the last few days. Yeah, I think tomorrow I might start, like, closer to, like, 12 something. Then I think Friday maybe I'll start at 11. But yeah, I think tomorrow, yeah, I might do a little later. But yeah, probably like somewhere around 12-ish. Like back what I was doing last week. So like between 12 and 1, somewhere in that range. But yeah, we'll be back tomorrow, and I'd like to get into the blues. Like, I think if we can get to, like, this level, probably. Like, I think finish off the light greens. I guess there's one more there of Corinne, but still. Like, I think we're starting to get to the point where the list gets a bit easier. But, obviously, I've been saying that for a while. So, who the fuck knows? Anyway, all right. That's it for tonight. I'll be back tomorrow. And yeah, there won't really be that much to update. I guess we'll have the Big Brother eviction, so that'll be something. But I'll say that. That's it. See you guys tomorrow.